What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. And the Buck and I are not with you for the next 2 hours because the Buck is out on vacation for the remainder of the week. And joining us on today's show, my former co-host at ESPN 97.5 in Houston. He currently hosts a Houston Texan-centric show and website. You can find his YouTube channel by searching Cody Stutes right here on YouTube. You can also find his work online at HouFootball.com. That's HOU football.com. He also hosts a daily Texan show with Landry Locker. He is the best Texans voice in the biz today. If you are a fan of the Houston Texans, you probably already know this dude. If you don't, you need to learn him. Cody Stutes, one of my best friends in the world, joining us this morning on TSU. Big dog, how we doing?
I'm doing great, man. I appreciate the big grandiose intro. I also just stand on random corners in Houston in the middle of the summer and just randomly talk to passerbys about the Texans too. So maybe you'll encounter me standing on a random corner talking about the Texans.
Yeah, everyone thinks you're homeless asking for food, but really you're just asking to talk about the Texans. And you get a lot of weird looks, but every once in a while you get a sucker to waste their time with you. So hopefully that business is going all right these days.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It's good. And I mean, look, Bucky's not fooling me here. All right. I know it was a full moon last night, and it'll be pretty much a full moon tonight. So I know he's got to do his moon bathing, as he talked about before.
Yeah, he always calls himself a child of the moon. And I don't know if that means he responds based on the moon cycles or if he just moons a bunch of children whenever he gets the opportunity to. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the Buck. He actually already texted me this morning saying his flight was delayed. So we've had a little bit of rain overnight here in the Austin area, some thunderstorms. And I don't know when he was supposed to leave, but I know he hasn't left yet. But Buck going back home to PA for a few days. He turned 70 later this month. So
wow,
going to hang out with some family and friends up in his homeland. And he'll be back with us on Monday. But we've got a great cast of characters coming in to fill in these next few days. And, you know, not only is Cody Stutes great at covering the Texans, we'll talk a lot of Texans because they had day one of mandatory minicamp yesterday. We'll talk a little Cowboys as well. We got plenty to get into. But Cody is also I think we could say proud graduate of Texas Tech University. I was surprised you said yes to this invitation, considering that your alma mater just lost to my alma mater in the college softball World Series over the weekend. Are you okay?
You know, rarely does one all of a sudden care about college softball and have very strong opinions over a 3-day span as quickly as I did.
Yeah. It's amazing what winning can do, right? Like even some Texas fans who were kind of invested in the team in recent years because Texas has had a lot of success. They've made it to the finals in 3 of the last 4 years. So you've seen some Longhorn fans kind of jump on the bandwagon, but it felt like more so this year. Once you guys knocked Oklahoma out, it was like, oh God, we really have a chance this season. Somebody else is going to win this thing. You started to see fans from all over the state from both schools just kind of dive in head first. And yeah, people who had never cared about softball were either really happy or really disappointed by Friday night's happenings.
It's always great when somebody who doesn't watch a lot of softball or isn't familiar with the sport, it just all of a sudden you're like watching it. And then inevitably, like a bunch of my friends from Texas Tech, the conversation just pops up. It's like, could you hit these pitchers if you went out there? And it's like, I'm like, no, guys, no, you can't. You can't, because ball go up, and ball doesn't go up in baseball.
No, and they're also so close to the batter's box. Like, I don't know if people realize how close the pitchers are to the batters in softball. And obviously it's a completely different, arm motion than anything any dude has ever seen. But yeah, that feels like a classic Barstool or guy group text bit. Anytime women's sports gets thrown on the television, it's Are we better than them? And like 99.999 times out of 100, the answer is no, you're not, dude.
No, no. And that's I mean, softball is not baseball. Like there's so many different things about it. I'll tell you what, it was enjoyable. It had like some of it had, it's funny because you catch it every now and then here. And like you see like a couple of home runs, you see it, and then it got to like the really tippity top, and it was almost like soccer. It was like one might do it, and it's like that's how good these pitchers are. It's like you get one run and that's it. And then
it was crazy. Yeah, that's
Texas
why game
figured out a way to
3
score a bunch. Yeah,
that was such a shock, right? Because the first 2 games, it was like literally every time you had a runner on base, it's like, oh, we better capitalize here, or we might lose. And then to see Texas, look, Najee Kennedy, as great as she was this year, she got tired. Like that's a lot of pitches. You threw every pitch for Tech in the Women's College World Series, and you're going 3 days in a row against a really good Texas lineup. And obviously, these aren't just regular season games; these are high stretch. That's the similarity to baseball and softball. I'm sure is when you're in the postseason, every pitch means a little bit more and carries a little bit more weight. So to have to go 3 days in a row again in that situation against that type of team, that was a little bit too much for Najee Kennedy. But
yeah,
hey, I don't think Tech's going anywhere. I mean, she's coming back. How much did you pay on her new $1 million plus deal to keep her in Lubbock?
It's funny because there's never been an easier time to get a couple bucks out of Texas Tech if you're an athlete than right now. And I have the same conversation with the alumni donation people every time they call me. I'm like, did you guys start a sports radio program yet? And they're like, no. And I'm like, all right, well, when you do, call me. And I hang up. It's like, so as soon as they do something that would have helped young Cody a little bit more than it did, I'll give him a couple bucks. But until then, I think Cody Campbell, who sold his oil company for $4 billion and got like $3 billion in cash, I think he's got it covered.
Yeah. Who says money can't buy happiness, right? If you're a Texas Tech fan like Cody Campbell is, his money has bought some happiness over the recent years, and he hopes it buys more moving forward.
Well, it's funny. I was listening to Shane Gillis talk about Notre Dame. He's a big Notre Dame fan. And I guess at some point he got liquored up at like a big private Notre Dame event and was like, yeah, I'll give you guys $1 million. And Notre Dame was like, cool. And I guess they've been calling him like, hey, can we get that $1 million? And he's like, I was kidding. Like, what are you talking?
I was drunk. I'm a comedian. I try to make people laugh. You thought I meant
that? A joke when you hear one?
Oh, man, that is great.
So I'll make the same proclamation. When I got an extra $1 million laying around that I don't need, Texas Tech Athletics can have it.
There you go. Yeah, when you sell your YouTube channel for $4 billion, then I'm sure you could give a couple mil to the Texas Tech athletic department, right?
Exactly.
We make that promise?
Sure.
Oh, my God. That is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, speaking of Texas Tech, we could kind of transition this into football, and this would be a good sort of Texas and Texas Tech, but kind of a more big picture college football conversation in the era of NIL that we're living in, and also – what went down last Friday with the House versus NCAA settlement being passed. I saw a tweet from college football analyst Brandon Marcello, who covers the sport for CBS. He tweeted out, I think 2 days ago now, quote, it's believed Texas Tech will pay its players $55 million in revenue sharing and NIL among all of its programs this year, making the Red Raiders perhaps the highest paying college athletics program in the country. Sources tell CBS Sports, end quote. Texas Tech, they've had some success. They've been close. Right? The softball national title this year, Chris Beard led them to a basketball national championship game a few years ago. Mm-hmm. Sorry to bring that one up, but I think we all kind of hate Chris Beard around these parts.
Yeah, it's mutual.
And it's like Tech they've been good. They've been the bridesmaid a lot, but they've never been the bride. You as a Texas Tech fan, like you got to be pretty happy with the investment going into this program, but also with that money, I'm sure comes higher expectations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, $55 million across all these sports. They're spending $1 million for a softball athlete. And I do feel like there's a lot of schools that realized, okay, it's not going to be like this, where it's just kind of you can do whatever for very long. So let's go ahead and inject all the capital we can and try to make the most out of it. I mean, the Texas Tech football program has not been shy about saying they looked around, they felt like they're here, and they decided if they spent a bunch of money in the transfer portal, they'd go here. Like they're not ashamed of it. And so they went out there and they spent a tremendous amount of money on transfers. They kept some guys and they are not afraid to spend a few bucks on that football program. And I got to imagine watching Arizona State do what they did is like, oh, okay, like we can spend to get to that level. Like they threaded the needle to get to where they got, but like we could spend and catch that and do something similar. And look, the Big 12 doesn't have some massive powerhouse in it like some of these other conferences do. So why not try to spend yourself into being the powerhouse?
Does it feel like Arlington or bust for Joey McGuire? I think he's a really popular figure amongst Tech fans. He's got a great infectious personality, but none of that stuff really matters, right? People only care about you if you win. And now you're saying how much money Tech has. It feels like they'd be willing to pay any amount of buyout to a coach to make sure they've got the right coach leading the charge. You know, I don't know if maybe it's win the Big 12 or bust, but is it at least get to the Big 12 title game, or maybe a new coach will be on the sidelines in Lubbock for Texas Tech?
I don't know if it's quite there, but you never know how upset the big money investors would be if they don't achieve something fantastic or something great this season. I mean, you look at the schedule and you think about what it would take to get to the Big 12 championship. Like, you don't have to be some world beater to be the Big 12, to be in the Big 12 championship game. Like, you've got to be pretty darn good for most of a season. And it's like, oh, okay, like, I think Texas Tech could do that. Do I think if they don't do that, they're going to fire the coach? I think the way they're set up is probably, is again, they're pretty open, and they like to talk about their setup and their program, and it doesn't feel like, you know, I think the thing that Joey McGuire is pretty proud of is like his coaches don't do a lot of scouting. They have like a whole scouting staff that then hand it to the coaches, and then they do like a little bit of recruiting, but ultimately the money and like the front office staff kind of handles a lot of that. And if you change the head coach, do you have to change how the program operates? And does that change how you spend your money? I think that'd be my big question, but it would be a disappointment. You certainly have high expectations for this team. It would be a disappointment if you're not at least knocking on the door to the Big 12 championship. But I got to imagine some people do think it's Big 12 championship game or bust.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like Tech is a popular college football playoff pick right now, and I think people believe that's because they can get that automatic bid by winning the Big 12 this year. And it does feel up for grabs. I mean, Arizona State came into the conference in year one and won it. They lose Cam Scatterboot. They do have their quarterback, Sam Levitt, back, but you know, they lose a couple of key pieces from that team that obviously gave Texas everything it wanted on January 1st. Kansas State is still there. They're always kind of in the mix. Iowa State was the other team in the Big 12 title game last year. You know, with Matt Campbell, it feels like they're always lurking as well. But you said it. There's no like obvious power. There's no obvious clear-cut number one ahead of everybody else in that conference. And that opens the door for Texas Tech, but it kind of leaves the door ajar for a bunch of teams in that league to make some noise.
It's sort of elevated one of the weird conversation points about college football, in that how many times in the past in a college football program does a non-heritage, non-traditional power look around and go, why not us? You know, like, hey, why not us? Like, now, why not us has a dollar figure attached to it. Why not us? Oh, well, we don't have the money. Well, now we do have the money, so why not us? Like,
yeah, you just get one super rich. I mean, obviously, if you could find a few, that helps. But if you get one Cody Campbell type who's like, my only goal in this life is to see my alma mater win a national championship, and he's got buku or she's got buku amounts of money, then why not us? You're right. Like, it's, you know, I don't want to sit here and act like we're about to see all sorts of crazy parity in college football where we're going to have, 15 different national champions in the next 15 years. But that's a great point. Like, look, obviously if you've got money, you've got a better chance to win. But now more schools can actually spend money and not feel bad about it because it's over the table versus what it used to be in the past.
Yeah, you're not if you're Tulane and you want to go get a kid, you just give him money. You don't have to promise him beignet bags full of cash on the side.
Now that would work for you, and that maybe would work for me too.
Yeah. Cafe Du Monde? Oh, why don't mind if I do.
Yeah, just give me a free Cafe Du Monde anytime I go, or just like a 1% ownership stake in that place, and I'm going there. Good question. Jason says, Tech has one big-time donor making the news. Collectively, does Tech have a bigger budget than BYU, Colorado? BYU might have the biggest athletic budget in the country because they have an entire religion backing them.
Right.
So if BYU, I mean, look, they got the number one basketball recruit in the country, and it's pretty hilarious seeing AJ Diabonsta. He was like posing in front of a, Church of Latter-day Saints in Provo, and it's like this 7-foot brother with like a bunch of 5'10" white people. And it's like, yeah, the power of money and NIL in today's college sports. You can get a guy to convert religions because of it. So I don't know if Tech, I don't know how many schools are on BYU level, but Tech's, I mean, they got that West Texas oil money. It's not just one guy. I mean, Cody Campbell, he's buying himself onto commissions for college sports. That's next level cash right there. But I think Texas Tech is in a better spot than the vast majority of departments out there.
Well, and I mean, the BYU's, the amount of money they have is crazy. Because, I mean, I remember when I was in college or when you were in college, just like, you keep an eye on like sometimes broadcasting at other schools. And like BYU had like their own like mobile broadcast truck or something. And I was like, that's crazy. But I think the big thing is, if you find somebody that's got the money and they want the athletics to have the money, like, okay, like look at how these schools operate. Like, yes, they're businesses now. They'd be aghast that I said that. They're all businesses, That's why books are $200, and that's why there's a random bus fee when there's no buses on campus and stuff like that. They're all businesses. But you look at some of these giant universities with some of their endowments for like the education department and academics, like football's just publicly catching up now, and that's really what it is. It's football. I mean, I know there's going to be some schools that are, there's a lot of money on basketball, a lot of money on this. And then what Tech's done is like, it's like me after I hit it big at the casino. It's like, I like to play blackjack. I like to play craps, but I got enough money. I'll go play roulette. Oh, what's this? Ultimate Texas Hold'em? Yeah, I'll play a couple games of this. Like that's softball, and then that's whatever other sports are benefiting from the money and the influx, and it's an intriguing era, and I don't like we're in like a little bubble that's not going to last. Like they're not going to be able. You can see the change already happening.
Yeah, like, finally regulating this a little bit, right? The last couple of years have been the best couple of years to be a college athlete ever because it's literally you could make as much as you want and no one's stopping you. Now it's like we don't know what the House versus NCAA settlement's going to ultimately lead to, but it does feel like they're actually starting to kind of rein this stuff in a little bit, Cody.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me is you see it's ironic and it's part of the nastiness of college football. All of a sudden, the decision makers around college football and some of the people that have their fingers in college football that aren't athletes are like, wait, the athletes are making how much? Well, they can't make that. They can't make more than me. They can't make more than me. Some arbiter of, fake excellence that's associated with how college football operates. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like that,
Not everybody's.
I see your bit. You don't want the kids to make more money than you. That's fine. I get it. But we are in a little stretch here where it's a gold rush for college athletes. Go get your money. Go get every dollar. If somebody give it to you, go get it.
Yeah. One thing I appreciate, and this goes back to something you said a couple minutes ago. By the way, Cody Stutes of Houston Football and the Cody Stutes YouTube channel joining us today. If you're listening on the app and you can't see that, number one, thank you. Number two, Bucky's out on vacation for the rest of the week. So Cody kind enough to fill in this morning with me. One thing I appreciate about, and this isn't every Texas Tech fan, but it does feel like the majority of Tech fans, and this is something that I'm trying to get Texas fans to do a bit more of. You guys embrace that you're spending money. It's not a denial like, oh, no, we didn't get that guy because of NIL. He just really wanted to go to Lubbock. He really wants that tech education. He heard about the Raider Rash. He wants that. He wants to be a part of that thing. It's spreading like crazy. He doesn't want to miss out on the new craze. Like, you guys are like, no, yeah, we money whipped y'all. Like, yeah, we outspent you. And I would like, it almost feels like, because for years this was all under the table, and it was like you had to deny that you were cheating because it was cheating. You didn't want to get in trouble. Now it's like, I try to tell Texas fans, hey, flex your financial muscles. If someone comes to you and is like, well, you guys only got that guy because you have money. Yeah, no, we got money. Sorry, you don't. Yeah. It's the old Chappelle skit. Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. Like, embrace the things that make you great. This is, a kind of a separator between schools like Texas and Texas Tech and a lot of other schools out there. It's like you can actually play with the big dogs. You could play at the high limit slots, to use your casino reference. Like, I like that most Tech fans are just like, yeah, screw it. We don't care if you guys are talking trash. We're here to win. You can keep talking, but we're going to keep bringing in the players that are going to make us competitive here.
Well, and you can win every off-season championship that you want to win. You still got to go out there and do it. Like, sure. You still got to, I mean, the big thing that I noticed, and just watching a little college baseball and paying attention to, some of the people that follow it day in, day out, is like a lot of the big college baseball money spenders, like, things didn't turn out real well for them. Like, they came up short. You had a bunch of guys who'd been at schools for a few years, well-built teams. Like, there weren't just a bunch of like mercenaries in there in college baseball. Like, you still got to go out there and, like, you got to spend the money on the right players. Like, we see it it's going to be no different than baseball free agency or football free agency. Like, how many times do you see every time a baseball team signs a giant contract in free agency, it sucks 2 years in. Yep. Like, they just happen to have 9-year commitments. College football, baseball, basketball, that's going to have, 3-4 year commitments. So, I mean, you're gonna spend money that you don't get a return on investment on, and like, that's going to happen. You still have to have good coaches, and really the weird, as we talk about Tech specifically, I didn't like the quarterback. I would, if they were going to spend some money, go get a quarterback. Like, I don't love the quarterback, so it's like, hey, you got all this great stuff, and you tell me about the O-line and the D-line, and you added this, and they got a kicker that they're proud of and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but is the quarterback going to stay healthy? Because, like, he gets hurt every year. So, like, and who's behind him if he doesn't? So it is fascinating to watch, like, people like, oh, well, they bought it. Yeah, but if they go out there and they win 8 games, like, you're going to be laughing at them, and you should be laughing at yourself for being afraid of it, because it still matters what you put on the field.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, with the spin comes more expectation, right? So if you're not spending a lot of money and you have an 8-win season, then all right, you can spin that into a positive. But if you are, like Texas Tech, one of the reported highest spenders out there, or hell, if you're like Texas, right? Everybody saw that $40 million roster number from Kirk Bohls, which was disproven and found to be completely false. But that was the number that everybody saw first. And, all of the Texas haters out there are going to be referencing that throughout the year. Like, if Texas goes, 9-3 and misses the playoff this year, then it's the first conversation isn't just you missed the playoff. It's, wow, you spent all of that money and you missed the playoff. Yeah. So you set yourself up to be the butt end of some jokes if, you're amongst the biggest spenders out there and you don't get the job done. And that's another thought I have on this. Like, when that Kirk Bohls story got out, I mean, it went viral pretty much overnight, and everybody was talking about it, and everybody was writing articles about it. No offense, Cody. This just shows how little people care about Texas Tech, because, like, this Brandon Marcello tweet that literally says Tech is spending more money than anybody else in the world, like, barely went anywhere a couple of days ago. And it's like, no one's going to be talking about it the way that they're going to be talking about it with Texas this year. So,
look, they're either the next, punchline, or they're the next standard operating procedure. Like, it's like, that's really what it comes down to. Because if they go to the Big 12 championship, they win the Big 12 championship, they make the college football playoff, there's going to be a lot of universities calling the biggest money that they know, saying, look what Texas Tech did. We can do the same thing if you give us X number of dollars and we go get this player and that player and so on and so forth. So, or, it's like you said, people will look back in November and their season's going nowhere. And it's like, they spent all that money for that. Well, good job.
Yeah. I do wonder, and you kind of referenced this a little bit ago too. Like, look, football is obviously the biggest revenue generator. That's the sport that most schools care about the most because it brings in the most money. And obviously you've got the most fans out there as well. But like, is there a school, you would never see this with the Texas school. You never see this from Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, whatever. Is there a school that's like almost willing to punt on football? Like, we're going to bring in millions of dollars in NIL money, but we're like not going to spend that on football. We're going to spend it on softball, on volleyball, on, I don't even want to say men's basketball, like on baseball, on rowing, on golf, and just hope that the return on investment that they get from having success in that sport can make the athletic department money. Like I'm not smart enough to know if that strategy would work at all. Like maybe the football money is so important and there's almost nothing you can do. Like, I don't know if Texas Tech got its money back on Nyjah Kennedy. I feel like they did because they were in the final two and everyone's talking about them. But like, ultimately, I don't know if that softball team is making money this year based on their success. So is there a team that's like willing to almost punt a little bit on football, say, hey, we can be average at this. As long as we're great at everything else, we're going to take that notoriety and we're going to use that to our advantage.
Well, that's the thing is like, how do you, I guess the way I would say it is, how do you fake the funk? Like, how do you say, okay, well, if you're Texas Tech softball, we spent $1 million on this player. We got $12 million worth of exposure by going to the College World Series. It's like, okay, I can't prove that you got that much exposure. Like, I can't, like, you weren't going to spend $12 million on advertising Texas Tech University to, the audience that ultimately ended up seeing the double T on TV. So it's like, yes, you got that exposure, but like, you weren't spending that money anyway. You think about this, like football has, 7, 8 amazing things over the course of a calendar year at your stadium. Like, if you're lucky, you get 8. Like, if you got enough people interested in volleyball and the amount of games that they have, and baseball and softball, like, I think you could. It's the old sales adage: do I want to go kill a whale, or do I want to go fish for as many fish as I can eat? Yeah. It's like, if you kill a whale, if you're really good at football and it makes you a lot of money, you can sort of live off that. If you don't have that, you're going to constantly be trying to find enough fish in the analogy to feed you.
Yeah, that's a great point. I like these examples, especially Purdue. Like, Purdue's never going to win the Big Ten in football. So it's like they obviously get some money, right? Their basketball program's really good, and I think they've got enough alumni to where they're getting some financial support. It's like, are they like, oh, we're in the Big Ten with Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, and now Oregon? Like, we're never going to be consistently better than those guys. So should we just like, hey, we're okay with being 2-10 every year and losing all of our good players to other schools in the portal every offseason? But like, what if we can be good at some other sports? Like, could that help us, grow financially? Could that help our university? Like, that they would be a great example of that. Again, I don't know if anyone would ever publicly admit to it. I don't know if anyone would ever privately try it, but that's an interesting thought if a school would do something like that.
It's tough too, because like, okay, let's just use Purdue as the example. All right, Purdue decides we're going to be awesome at baseball and softball, and we're going to be awesome at some Olympic sports. It's like, okay, I'll go spend the money to get the athletes. Do you have the infrastructure there? Do you have the coaches? Do you have the facilities? Like, Texas has a good diving program. Like, yeah, great. Like, okay, I'm gonna go buy Texas's diving program's roster. I'm gonna spend enough money to go get that. And now all of a sudden they're at Purdue, and the pool's green, and the high dive is closed for repairs, and the water's always cold, and it's like, okay, it's at some point there's a give back. Like, I got the athletes, but I don't have the way to give the athletes what they need to succeed. Like, yeah. I think that's where a lot of schools, and I saw some of the rumblings about this as you talked about, the settlements and the future. That's where some schools would be like, okay, yeah, we spent on all these players, but the locker rooms, like there's no hot water. So it's like, yeah, the player's here. And then he's like, well, I go get the same money elsewhere and the locker room works.
Yeah.
Or the stadium at this other place has 10,000 more seats and it sounds cooler and it looks cooler. Like eventually there's going to be some sort of kind of adjustment to where I'll give all the money and I want better players to, okay, I'll give you this money and do whatever you need to do to make sure, you know, the cafeteria for the athletes is good. Like there's going to be sort of an adjustment period for schools in the future.
See, come on, Jason. I once danced with a girl from Texas Tech back in my 20s. That Raider rash was up and down my thighs for a week. Come on, man.
If it's glowing red, go away.
I will say this. I did go to Lubbock a couple of times during my college career, and I may or may not have gotten tested for something after returning to Austin both times. Just go ahead and
smart. That's smart. That's smart by you.
We'll go ahead and it may have been COVID. Who knows? Maybe I was an early adopter of COVID-19. Who knows?
Hey, at Texas Tech, we always preach safety first, okay?
Whoa,
safety
the hard
first.
hat. Where did you get that?
You know, this is like a family friend is in construction and does construction stuff. And he's like, hey, like they let us basically build our own hard hats. Like, this one's like a real one. Like it's got like the little, like, it's in like one you buy at like the team store. It's like a real hard hat. And he threw some double T stickers on there for me.
Oh, way. Yeah, there's no way they're selling that at the Double T bookstore on campus. Like that's that's not your replica baseball helmet. That is a true construction site hard hat right there.
Yeah, safety first, okay? In all your approaches.
That's the motto in Lubbock. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Cody Stutes filling in for the Buck today. We'll shift to the NFL here in a moment. Cody is a big Texans fan. He was at Texans minicamp yesterday. He'll be out there again today. He obviously covers the team, so we'll get Cody's thoughts on C.J. Stroud's first day of practice and everything going on with Houston. We'll dive into the NFL as well. I'm going to give a couple of sponsor shout outs, though, before we shift gears. Some love to our friends at Sue Patrick. I saw our guy Jay in the comment section earlier saying he's on his third reorder of national championship gear for Texas softball. So if you are looking to rep the world champion Texas Longhorns softball team, head over to SuePatrick.com, or you can shop in store, 5222 Burnett Road. They've got a giant free parking lot. That is hard to find in Austin, Texas, USA, America. They've got the big parking lot. And hey, if you're looking for great Father's Day gifts for the weekend, they've got the best selection of Longhorn gear anywhere in the state. Again, SuePatrick.com is the website, or you could shop in person, 5222 Burnett Road. Get you that Texas softball national championship gear right there. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you are looking to upgrade your home, renovate your bathroom, remodel a kitchen, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, it doesn't matter what you're trying to do. McCall Custom Homes can do it for you because they have been custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team boasting tons of experience, and that experience is right here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Bucky's getting some work done at his house with McCall Custom Homes. Our guy Double R got some work done. He got a bathroom remodeled thanks to McCall Custom Homes. We trust our places to them. You should too. And right now they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com as well. If you're looking for tickets to anything, any sporting event, if you want to go down to Houston, catch an Astros game, CentexTickets.com has you covered. Obviously, when football season rolls around, your headquarters for Longhorn football, Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets, wherever is CentexTickets.com. If you use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, you are going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. Sporting events, concerts, comedy shows, Broadway shows, you name it, they've got it at CentexTickets.com. All right, Cody. Man, I know you've been talking about this for weeks on your channels and on your website over at Houston Football, but some big drama, about as much drama as you could have in the months of May and June surrounding an NFL team. But when you're talking about a franchise quarterback, any potential injury becomes front page news.
Yep.
And CJ Stroud did not throw during OTAs a couple of weeks ago. And you're hearing all of these reports about some sort of nagging shoulder injury. People are worried he's not going to throw at mandatory minicamp. And, could this be an issue that lingers into the regular season? CJ Stroud was out there throwing. By all accounts, it seems like everything's good with the Texans signal caller, right?
Yeah, close the little glass case on the panic button, walk away. I was worried because it's not just if it was his knees bothering him, we're being careful. If it was, as it was, initially reported some places, if it was a pectoral muscle, if it was, a hamstring, a calf, or something like that, and they were being cautious, that's one thing. CJ Stroud's got a history of shoulder injuries. He got hurt his first season at Ohio State. He got hurt in the lead up to the start of the season. He sprained his AC joint in the first game of the season, played with the hurt shoulder all through his first season at Ohio State. And then in his rookie season with the Texans, he hurt his shoulder ahead of game 2 of the season. And then there have been times like last year against the Ravens, he gets sacked, he's laying on the ground, and his arm is just kind of right there next to him, like not moving. And you're like, okay, the history for this guy elevates the fact that it's a shoulder issue and he's not throwing. And like the way the Texans handled it sort of added fuel to the fire. They were very vague. Then it was general soreness. And if they had just said, hey, he's a little, his shoulder's a little tender, we're being overly cautious. If they say that day one, I think the freak out level for me would have been much lower. But anytime the franchise quarterback's not throwing at any practice, that's the number one thing you got to know why and how. Like, that's the number one thing for me. If Dak Prescott didn't throw, if Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, anybody, if they didn't throw at practice, it's a huge story. For whatever the reason is, just so happens CJ's was an injury. If they don't throw at practice, it's huge. If you got a franchise QB and he doesn't throw, huge deal.
Yeah, well, the franchise quarterback is the most valuable asset to any NFL team, and the Texans' future success relies on the shoulder and on the arm of CJ Stroud. And I mean, part of me is like, okay, it's June. Should we really be freaking out about anything? We're still, nearly 4 months away from week 1 of the regular season when stuff actually counts. But yeah, when you're talking about a guy with an injury history and the team is being as vague as they were, and like you just don't know. And he's also coming off a little bit of it's hard to call it a down year because the Texans won the division again. They won a playoff game again. So the team had a lot of success, and CJ was a huge part of that. But he didn't quite take that year 2 leap that I think Texans fans wanted him to have. So it's like, okay, is this, an effect of that? Was he dealing with this last year and they just didn't tell us, and now he's going to be dealing with it again this year? Like, I think that whole combination of things makes it understandable that you and a lot of other Texans fans out there were just a little bit nervous that, hey, maybe this could be a real issue here.
Yeah, it's the way I phrased it on the website, the newsletter, was this is a big deal until it's not a big deal. And, one day of throwing, and look, he looks pretty good. And he said, I was a little rusty out there. And I was like, well, if that's rusty, they're going to be just fine. One day of throwing, like, it's just the history for the player has that injury as sort of a red alert. Like, why, how? CJ says, I didn't have surgery. It's like, okay, well, if you'd had surgery and it was, it didn't go well, or you were having trouble recovering from it, that'd have been a big story. Like, it was very, like, the lack of information, both discovered by any reporting and offered by the Texans, it invited speculation. Like, it's what, like, and that's what I found it so funny that D'Amico Ryans yesterday was like, oh, CJ threw. It's like, It was a big story because you wouldn't say that he didn't have surgery. Like, it was a big story because you wouldn't just say his shoulder was sore. Like, it was the more secretive they were, the more questions I had.
Yeah, that's a classic Houston sports bit too. The Astros always do that. And that was like the most frustrating thing about covering the team. And I think it was pretty frustrating if you're a fan of the team too. It's like they're doing so much right. They're winning all these games. They're winning championships. They're making the ALCS every year. But like with injuries, they didn't handle them right. They didn't tell you what was actually going on. And it was like I get it, hippo or whatever the damn thing is, those rules exist, but like you could give us a little bit more. Like other teams are giving us more than you are right now. You're literally being annoying. It feels like for the sake of being annoying. You're just that like little brother who's like just being a pest just because they know it's getting in your head. Like that's what the Texans were doing. And I think Houston sports for some reason does that way too much as a city.
And look, if it's Tuesday and you got a game on Sunday, and you want to hide that the quarterback's got a shoulder thing, or you want to hide that this guy's banged up here, be my guest. There's a competitive advantage to being secretive about it. I mean, how many times did we hear the following offseason, yeah, actually Tom Brady hit an injury and it wasn't ever on the injury report? It's like, you want to do that during the season, be my guest. You know who doesn't give a flying crap if you say CJ's shoulder is hurt or not in June? The head coach of the Colts, the head coach of the Jaguars, the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, who you're all competing with in the AFC South division. Like they don't care in June if CJ's shoulder is a little banged up. Like that's not on their radar and it doesn't matter. And if it is on their radar, well, that's great because they're paying attention to something that they can't control and doesn't affect them at all. And they're not focusing on their own team. If there was a competitive advantage, I'd understand it. But nobody in June is going to be who's on your schedule is like, we got the Texans now because CJ's shoulder is sore in June.
Yeah, it's a great point. What about Nick Chubb? I cut this up. You've already heard this because you were there at Texans minicamp yesterday. But D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Texans, was asked about the recent Nick Chubb signing. We'll let you hear from the coach, and then I want to get your thoughts on what the 4-time Pro Bowler can maybe contribute to Houston's backfield.
The Nick and the injury history, we understand his history, but we don't dwell on that. We're giving him an opportunity, and we'll see how it turns out for us here in Houston. One thing I can say from a guy who's come back from injury, it's just about the work you put in. You're really not the same. Like a few months out after injury, it takes time to get back when you can work out and not be worried about rehabbing and working out. Sometimes when you're rehabbing, you're just getting yourself to the starting line and you're not really ready to win the race. So I think when you take the time to recover and you can truly work out and put the work in and dedicate to your craft on playing the position really well, that's what helps you to have a good year that following year. And I think Nick has put himself in position to do that.
So what do you make of those comments and just kind of your overall thoughts on Nick Chubb in Houston?
Look, it's D'Amico Ryans laid it out perfectly. The further a guy gets away from a serious knee injury like Chubb, the more you hope there's an ability to recapture what he was. Yeah, Chubb, 4-time Pro Bowler, his knee explodes on Monday Night Football. He's never going to be 4-time Pro Bowler Nick Chubb ever again. But can he get to 75% of what he was? And does that give him more juice than most of the running backs that are on depth charts across the league? Yeah, if he can get back to that level. And they didn't do yesterday. He did hardly nothing. I mean, he did some drills, and I don't think he really was even in there much for team portions. He's got a lot of catching up to do. These guys have been in the building, learning the system, yada, yada. But like the further he gets away from the knee injury, the more hope you have if you're Nick Chubb or you like Nick Chubb. I'd say from a Texans perspective, if Joe Mixon's healthy, I hope to never see Nick Chubb on the field. Like Nick Chubb is break glass in case of emergency, and Joe Mixon's not available. It's not like Chubb's some incredible receiving back that you can put on the field instead of Joe Mixon. Like Mixon catches the ball better, and so do a couple guys on the depth chart than Chubb. Like Chubb's there because if you didn't have Joe Mixon, he's a better option than everything else that they had. And if there's any worry about 29-year-old Joe Mixon, who's been near the top of running back touches, I think 3 or 4 times in his career, if there's worry about him slowing down, having a guy like Chubb that can ease into the role, you could do a whole lot worse.
Do you think it's a guarantee that Nick Chubb makes the team?
I wouldn't like, I think it's a minus bet. I think it's a favorite that he makes the team, but I wouldn't pay the juice for it. I also wouldn't sprinkle on him missing the team either, because I don't think there's a lot of value there. Like if I looked up at the end of August and Nick Chubb was a free agent again, I'm not going to be super surprised, because coming back from a knee injury like that, you're talking about a guy that never averaged less than 5 yards per attempt. And then last year playing with the Browns, he averaged 3.3 yards per attempt. And it's like, that's just not the same guy.
Yeah. And then he broke his foot on top of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's a different injury, and that one's easier to come back from than a torn ACL in the knee. But
Right.
still, he was having a bad year, and then he had to go through season-ending surgery again on his leg, which obviously is a running back. That's the most important part of your body. So, yeah, just like the Texans, they've got 5. I'm sure they have more than 5 running backs, but it feels like they have 5 legit running backs that have a chance to make the team out of camp. It's very rare that an NFL roster will have 5 running backs. So if Nick Chubb makes the team, is Dameon Pierce on his way out? Is Dare Ogunbowale on his way out? I can't imagine Woody Marks, the 4th round pick, they're going to let him go. But, yeah, exactly. So what could the Texans keep 5, or does someone potentially pay the price if Nick Chubb is good enough to make the squad?
It's funny because they've got a lot of options to make their team, but if a lot of these guys were in other teams' camps, they wouldn't even be in a comp. Like if Dare Ogunbowale was in Philadelphia, he's not making the team. If he was in Denver, I don't know if he'd make the team. And Denver just signed a free agent running back, J.K. Dobbins, paid him $5 million. It's just they've got options, but their success on the ground is predicated on Joe Mixon staying healthy and Joe Mixon playing well. And if you don't have Joe Mixon, then it's sort of okay. Let's piece this together and figure it out. And I'm not particularly excited about anybody as a fill-in running back 1 on the Texans depth chart. Even Nick Chubb, he's a better option than Pierce, Ogunbowale, the rookie, other guys. But can you survive a month as an offense with Nick Chubb in 2025 as your running back? A couple weeks, maybe, but a month. If you knew Joe Mixon was missing 4 weeks, I got to imagine other defensive coordinators across the league would be like, "Ha, Texans aren't running this ball this week."
Yeah. It's just crazy, the shelf life of running backs, right? 2 years ago, if you asked me that question, could you survive if Nick Chubb was your running back? It's like, can we survive? I mean, shit. Can we get him out of Cleveland so we could put him on a real team? He could be a serious asset to a Super Bowl contender. And then, 2 years later and wear and tear and obviously a couple of serious injuries, then you're wondering if this guy can make the team over the DARE program at school for drugs. That's what Dare Ogunbowale was named after, I believe.
He 2 years ago, he kicked an extra point because the kicker got hurt. And I went and found the DARE font and then wrote, obviously it's Dare, they're spelled the same.
Yeah.
I did something. I made it I was like, this meme's going to hit. Texas fans are going to love this. They got 2 retweets and 3 bookmarks. And I was like, I'm glad I spent 20 minutes well spent.
Yeah, it's a deep cut, right? You had to be in Texas public schools in a 4-year span to understand what was going on, I think, because I don't believe the DARE program is still in existence here. And to show you how irrelevant Dare Ogunbowale was, Cody, I had a shirt. I literally bought a DARE shirt. Like when I was in Houston, I bought one of those DARE drug shirts. I just found one online as a bit. And I'm like, oh, man, when Ogunbowale does something great, I'm going to wear it to the show one day. And it never got worn to the show any day because he just didn't do enough great to warrant it.
Yeah.
It just looks like I've been hanging out with a bunch of high school kids, and that's not the look I need.
So I Googled the DARE program just because I am fascinated to know what the situation is with DARE right now. The top Google question result is, does the DARE program still exist?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. It's people like us who went through it. It's like, is that still around? Is anyone else being subjected to that ridiculousness?
The amount of strangers that I was promised were going to offer me drugs. I'm not breaking any ground here. I think everybody's thought this before. It's like DARE made it seem like if you walked around the mall, there'd be a guy offering you Molly and a guy offering you Coke and hey, let's go smoke some weed in the parking lot. No. Now, did I go to a lot of parties at Texas Tech where there were those people? Yes. Yes, I did. But DARE made it seem like when I go to the grocery store, standing next to the Girl Scouts, I was going to have, some crack addict being like, you want a hit of this pipe? Like, that was not the case.
It got to the point where I was just hoping that people would offer me drugs, right? Like, I was like in the corner, like yelling, "Hey, anyone have any drugs?" Like, I would have said yes, just because those opportunities were so few and far between. I wanted to see what they were like, but they didn't exist. It never happened.
Nope.
You're right. They made it seem like, everywhere you turn, there was a windowless van with the paint that said free candy on the side or free drugs. And you were going to get offered that. And that maybe fortunately, but I'll say unfortunately, never happened to me.
Yeah.
All right. What else from Texans? I mean, like, it's the same story with the Texans, right? 2 years in a row, they win the AFC South. They win a playoff game. They make it to round 2. I think every Texans fan knows that they have yet to reach an AFC championship game. Does it feel like AFC championship game or bust for Houston this year? Or are people still going to be okay with another AFC South banner at NRG Stadium when this year is all said and done?
The Texans have never won the AFC South 3 years in a row in their history. So it'd be nice if they could get over that little hurdle, because, it's just never happened for them. To me, my thing with a team like the Texans on the rise, the comment is always, I say, get a little bit further than you did the previous year. Like the first year, it's halftime in Baltimore in the divisional round, and they got a shot, and then they just totally crapped their pants in the second half, and the Ravens bullied them. It's okay. Well, a year later, they're an extra point away from tying the game late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter against the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City, again in the divisional round. So you're a quarter closer. Well, if you go further this year, if you get another quarter closer, you're in the AFC Championship game, because that's how close I don't know that many of us thought that the Texans were actually going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, but for it to be a 1-point game that late in that playoff game, that's probably, that Texans team was swimming above where we thought they could swim. Now you've got to go where no Texans team has gone before if you want to be successful. And go to the AFC Championship game, have a competitive game, and maybe you find yourself with an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl and play in the Super Bowl. That's what success should look like for this Texans team. Now, obviously, there's goals in the step up to that success, but that's – C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they traded for him this offseason and from the Eagles. And he made the comment in his introductory press conference, they did not bring me here to win the AFC South again. They brought me here to win a Super Bowl. And it's like, okay, he may think that, but that's also probably – he sits down, he sees D'Amico Ryans, and D'Amico Ryans is like, I don't give a damn about winning the division again. Like, you've been in the Super Bowl. You know how hard it is. I know I watched how hard it was in San Francisco. Like, let's really put this together and show these guys how difficult it is to get to that level and what we need to do to get to that level. And then we've had a couple different players say it. They want to put a bull on the ring. They want to put that Texans logo on a Super Bowl ring. And it's like, okay, it's good. Now, that's the ultimate goal. There's a lot of goals you need to achieve before that. And to make that ride to the ultimate goal easier, like, hey, it'd be nice if you had things go through NRG Stadium more than they have in the past.
Yeah. That's what everybody says, though, right? You got people in Jacksonville, people in Vegas, people in Cleveland talking about trying to win a Super Bowl this year. Yeah. Obviously, the Texans are a lot closer to doing that than those other 3 places that I mentioned. But, do you think the Texans have enough to get over that hump? That's when you're talking about the AFC, you're always talking about Mahomes. Like, you got to get through Kansas City, and you're talking about Lamar, and you're talking about Josh Allen, and you're talking about Joe Burrow. Like, you know this. I don't have to tell anybody the list of great quarterbacks in that conference. The CJ Stroud on that level, and just is this Texans roster as a whole good enough to make it to the final 2 of that conference?
I can't definitively say yes right now. I believe they have a Super Bowl defense. They have a Super Bowl caliber defense, and that matters less and less each year in the NFL as it becomes easier to play offense. But they have a Super Bowl caliber defense. They have an incredible pass rush duo, probably the best in football, in Danielle Hunter and Willie Anderson. They have one of the best cornerbacks in all of football, in Derek Stingley. They got one of the best young safeties and one of the best young corners in football in Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. Like, they're built well on defense, and D'Amico Ryans has complained is not the right way to phrase it, but he's hearkened on they need depth on defense. They actually feel like they have depth on defense now. So defense, Super Bowl caliber, but you got to rebuild offensive line. They stunk to high heaven last year. It's a bunch of nameless, faceless guys for the most part on this offensive line. You're relying on Christian Kirk, who hasn't been an excellent receiver for 2 seasons, and 2 rookies at wide receiver. And your running back situation is 1 running back, and you're screwed if he doesn't play. It's like the offense is a bit tenuous. It's Super Bowl caliber defense, sure, but can that'll travel well. You're not going to Buffalo, Baltimore, or Kansas City and beating any of those guys with just a good defense. Like, you got to be able to score some points. And so I would say the Texans are squarely outside that upper echelon of the AFC, which to me is 2 teams. It's the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. And then the Buffalo Bills are probably in a little bit of a league of their own below those 2, but ahead of the Texans, the Chargers, the Steelers, the Broncos, the Bengals, all those things. So I'd say 2 teams squarely ahead of them. I don't love Buffalo as much as everybody else does. Like, I'd argue that if I was doing a power rankings, I'd power rank the Texans ahead of them, just because I don't believe in Buffalo's defense or their skill position players. Like, Josh Allen's obviously awesome, but I don't believe in Buffalo's. I don't like their coach. I don't believe he's a big time coach. I don't believe he's a big game coach. He screwed up so many different things in key moments. I do wonder if they don't get a little bit further this year. If you see a New York Knicks, if you see a Dallas Stars, where, hey, you got us here every year, out of here, see ya. You know,
look at you with that hockey reference. Come on, man. That's what the people want. Well done.
I've done a little. The hockey wagering here and there has been pretty kind to me. And then, of course, a Canadian team gets to the cup and they're wetting themselves, and it's like, okay, great, give it all back.
Yeah, that's usually how it works though with the Canadian teams in the Cup final. They don't win. 93, the last time a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup in hockey. But yeah, back on McDermott, it's funny. I feel like I've said those exact same things 3 years in a row. Well, if the Bills don't make it further than they did last year, I feel like they're going to get a new coach. And yet, we always talk about how quick teams are to pull the trigger when it comes to hiring and firing people, especially coaches. Buffalo Bills are just like, we're okay. Like, we don't need to make any changes here. We're just going to keep running it back. And I'm like, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? I'm with you on Sean McDermott. Like, I don't know if there's a guarantee that a different coach would have had them in the Super Bowl to this point, but with the amount of mistakes that guy has made, and they've had just so many chances, especially against Kansas City, and they haven't been able to get through. It's like, at what point does he become liable for their shortcomings in the playoffs?
They've changed so many different things except for him. It's almost time to sort of change the formula. This is that I don't love the company, but I like the way that they approach things. Are you familiar with how Crumble Cookie develops a new cookie?
Oh, yeah.
So they take the recipe and they make the recipe, they taste the cookie, and then they say, okay, let's change one thing about the recipe. So maybe it's a chocolate chip cookie. Let's put more chocolate chips, see what happens. Then everything else is the same. They change it. Okay, how did that affect the flavor? Okay, well, maybe it wasn't the chocolate chips. Okay, let's go back to the original amount of chocolate chips. Let's put more butter in there. Like, they change one thing until they get the cookie perfect. The Bills have continuously changed the one thing that's not Sean McDermott. If it doesn't work now, change Sean McDermott. They're coaches that would be falling over themselves to go coach that team.
Dude, I was just thinking, like, what if the Bills got Ben Johnson this offseason? Like, how much more excited would Bills fans be, and how much more optimistic would you be that they could actually make a run this year?
Yeah, if you're the Bills, I'd have fired Sean McDermott and hired Bill Belichick. You want a defensive mastermind, and then a guy that kind of is going to bring in a staff and hopefully just let the QB and the offense take care of their business. Like, Belichick could have done that. Now, I don't know that I knew he had a succubus attached to him.
I was gonna say, you might have robbed him the chance to find true love, Cody.
Yeah.
How could you do that?
she's had her hooks in for a few years now.
Oh, ever since that plane.
And it makes it even more gross because it's like she's young and it's like, oh, they've had this gap and she had the gap when she was 20, 21 and she was hanging with them then. Like, oh, that's kind of, hey, maybe it's true love, but I think it's a lot closer. I mean, I've got more worry than more well wishes for those two.
Maybe it's true love, but it's definitely elder abuse. That's what's going on right there. She knows what she's doing, man.
That's like, it's, and I say this with so many relationships. It doesn't matter if the circumstances were completely different. And Bill Belichick was, the 5th best software salesman in a tech company. Is she with Bill Belichick? I have a hard time believing that.
I have a hard time believing that. Yeah. All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. Shout out to I Must Pandaline for the super chat. Good morning, all. BK, keep up the great stuff. Stooch, thanks for bringing me here. Awesome stuff. Thank you for coming here. I Must Pandaline. And thanks to Cody Stoots for filling in today. If you are a Texans fan and you're looking for the best Texans coverage anywhere in the market, just search Cody Stoots on YouTube or head over to his website. He's got a great newsletter and blog over there at HouFootball.com. That's HOU football.com. He also does a great live show every afternoon with Landry Locker on YouTube as well. So definitely check out what Cody's got going on. One of the hardest working guys in the biz, bringing great Texans content 24/7, 365. All right. I do want to get into ESPN has ranked its top 25 college football plays since 2000. And Texas is on this list. Texas Tech is on this list as well. We're going to go over that list. And Cody and I also ranked our top NFL plays since 2000. So we'll give our thoughts on both of those in a moment. Real quick, though, a few more sponsor shout outs, starting with audio visual consultations. You know what? I'll give both of us a break. Here's a word from our friends at AV Consultations.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
There you go. How about a pitch, please, right there. Well done from AV Consultation.
Nobody's going to appreciate a good pun better than me. I mean, that is.
You're a pun king. That's a huge part of who you are. And
Yes.
you had 7 or 8 of them in that 1 minute commercial there. So well done from the kid at AV Consultation. Shout out to them. Shout out to Altstadt Beer as well. Cody knows about Altstadt. I've been talking about Altstadt for years here in Austin, down in Houston. And the good news is wherever you're tuned in this morning, you can get you the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. The summertime is here. Whatever you have going on over these next few months, if you're grilling out, if you're hitting the pool, hitting the lake, maybe you're just staying inside in the air conditioning, avoiding all of the heat outside, whatever you got going on, your good times are made better with a great beer. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available wherever you shop for beer, and they have a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. You got to try their Peach Radler. Their summer seasonal made with juice from real Fredericksburg peaches. I'm not a huge fruit beer guy, but this one is different. It's so easy to drink. It's super refreshing, and it hits the spot on these triple-digit days that we have across the Lone Star State. Get you some the next time you're at the store. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. And, of course, some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, Nobody has a better selection than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. About 42 acres of vehicles right there off of Highway 71. So if you're not entirely sure what you're looking for, you could spend hours just walking around their lot, checking out their inventory. Or if you don't even want to leave the house, you can find everything online at covertbeecave.com. Great people, Dan Covert, Mike, Stacy, Jerome, the whole team. They will treat you like family the way they've treated us like family over the years. And as Bucky would say, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. The best prices in the game as well. It's our friends at Covert Bee Cave. All right, Cody. ESPN has ranked its top 25 college football plays since the turn of the century. And Texas showed up 3 times on this list, and all 3 of those plays were ranked in the top 10. Ooh. Unfortunately, the Longhorns were on the wrong side of 2 of them. So the good play, and the play that I think everybody expected to be very high on this list, 4th and 5, the national championship on the line right here. You can still hear Keith Jackson making that call in my sleep. The Vince Young run for the Roses in the 2005 national championship game as the Longhorns dethroned the 2-time defending champ USC Trojans. That was number 3 on the list. Cody, I've seen some Texas fans gripe about that being so low. You're not even a Texas fan, and I just heard you scoff a little bit. Your thoughts on Invincible only being number 3 on this list?
The lowest this play could be is 2. The lowest. It has every argument to be number 1, but the lowest this play could and should be is 2. I mean, it's powerhouses, legendary colleges, legendary football programs, an incredible location. You can watch it with no sound, and you know exactly how important and how big the moment is. You watch it with sound, and it just takes it to it. I got goosebumps right now thinking about it. Again, not a Texas fan.
Yeah.
And it's one of the most incredible moments in the history of the sport. It should be no lower than 2.
And it won a national championship. And of course, you had the USC dynasty, and everybody was picking SC to 3-peat. And I mean, that singular play, literally a 4th down in the final minute of the game, that singular play, like just changed the course of college football history. It really did. And it's directly led to a national championship. So I'm with you. It's good to hear you say that, because I'm obviously biased. But that if you're not putting it at number 1, it's got to be at number 2. If you're curious what was number 1 and what was number 2, number 1, the kick 6, the Iron Bowl. Like, I get it. It's a regular season game, but that's one, like, I mean, look, you could say the same about Vince Young's run, but like everybody remembers where they were when that happened. You know, Bama trying a 57-yard field goal at the end of regulation in a tie game at Auburn. Of course, the kick misses short, and Chris Davis returns it 109 yards at the buzzer for the win. Like that, you know, Nick Saban, the greatest college football coach of all time, if there's one thing he would like to have back, it's probably that.
Yep.
The worst coaching decision of his career, maybe outside of running those verbos. And, I mean, it obviously turned into a disaster and just a rivalry game, everybody watching, all that was on the line. That play also belongs in the top 3. I think that's hard to argue against.
Yeah, that's when you think about just, hey, what are memorable plays, moments, situations. That was the first, like when you sent me, hey, the first thing I thought about was the kick 6.
Yeah,
was the kick 6, because it's just the ultimate. I'm prepared for everything coach in college football history was not prepared for that in a rivalry game, and it kept him out of a national championship game.
Yeah,
like it's just there was so much to it, so much
and
to
dude,
it.
I missed. So it's one of those everyone knows where they were for that play. I missed that play. I'll never forget it. It was an early Hanukkah, so that game was on November 30th. Right? Like end of the college football season, as the Iron Bowl used to always be. Now, I don't think that's the case anymore. Well, I could be wrong on that. But I was at home, and my family was like yelling at me. It's like, we got to light the candles. We got to light the candles. And I'm like, just wait. This game's almost over. Just wait. And then Bama lines up for that field goal, and I'm like, all right, he's not making this. I've got 5 minutes to go do Hanukkah. I'll get to watch overtime. It's all good. So I turn off the TV. We go light the candles. We say the prayers, whatever. I turn back, and then the game's over. And they're like showing replays. And I'm like, what in the hell just happened? What did I miss? And then sure enough, it was that, like the greatest play in college football in the last quarter century. So I don't know if I'll ever forgive my family for making me miss the number one play in the sport that I love the most in the last 25 years.
And another thing too is you got this for Vince's run as well as this, like you can watch it with no sound and it's incredible. And then when you add the sound, like when you hear Auburn's radio guy with the call, you're like, what could top this? What could beat it?
Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game. Yeah. Yep. And the other guy, I always love it when the color commentator is just like, oh my God. Yeah. He's just like going total fanboy in the background. And it's like, it's far enough away to where it's not ruining the call and you can't hear it over the play-by-play guy, but it's good enough to where it's like, oh, you really can capture the moment. Like now you know how big of a deal this is to win this rivalry game and to keep your rival out of a national title game. You're right. That's a great point. Having that call on top of obviously the craziness of that play is the icing on the cake.
Yeah. And probably one of the unfortunate elements of both those calls is Jackson's not with us anymore. Bramlett's not with us anymore. And so, but they are legendary forever with that. So that's that they live on through that. And it's just, the kick six was the first thing. Again, you want to put Vince number one. I'm not going to argue with you, but those are the top two. You want to go past 20 or so years, those are the top two. And then squarely number three is Michael Crabtree.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. The only play in Tech history worth talking about. And, I love that. May be my favorite part of Texas beating Texas Tech in softball is still Tech fans have to go all the way back to 2008 to talk about a moment that they beat Texas in a big spot. And it was such a great year for Texas Tech. They didn't even make a BCS bowl that season. So that's another great part of all of it. But number two, for those curious, we'll get to that Crabtree play because unfortunately it's pretty high on this list as well. Number two, ESPN kind of cheated here. It's Boise State's heroics against Oklahoma in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl, which, look, it's at OU's expense, so maybe I'll allow this cheating to happen, but they combined the hook and ladder play and the Statue of Liberty play for 2 plays in one. Like, either one of those plays I don't think is that high on this list, but again, the 4-letter network cheating a little bit. Just that felt like the greatest college football upset of my lifetime when it happened. And obviously those 2 plays, one of them happening on 4th and 18, the other one happening on a 2-point conversion for the win in overtime. Then you had the proposal after Ian Johnson scored on the Statue of Liberty. Like, I guess ESPN felt like that was worthy of being ahead of VY's run.
I understand its status, especially when you combine the two. It's lessened over the years because there have been so many more little guys beat big guys. Yeah. Later that year, you had the floodgates opened when Appalachian State did what they did to Michigan. Like later that year, the floodgates really got going, and it's like the little guy can beat the big guy, and it really is any given Saturday. And so it's lessened for me because you have had so many just like incredible small school beats a big school. But I mean, in the moment, it's like you're running a couple of movie plays, basically. Like nobody's really running those in games that matter.
Right. Yeah, Oklahoma's biggest mistake wasn't the way they defended those plays. It wasn't, any random thing that happened. It was their fan base didn't say we didn't want to be there after they lost in a meaningless bowl game. That wasn't for an championship, and they lost. All they had to do was say, oh, we didn't care. We didn't want to be there. That's what everybody else has done since then, and people just kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Oklahoma treated that like a huge game, and they lost to little-known Boise State on, like you said, a couple of movie-style plays, and that's why it's so high on this list. But It shouldn't be ahead of Vince's run. Again, it's
No.
2 plays, it's cheating, but the nostalgia is really good. The rest of the top 5, Tua's game-winning touchdown in overtime on 2nd and 26 in that 2018 national title game against Georgia. Look, I mean, that's Georgia got that sack on 1st down. Alabama's field goal kicker sucked. Georgia had already kicked a field goal to go up, and it's like, oh my God, Georgia's going to win. They're going to dethrone the beast that is Alabama. They're going to slay the dragon, and Georgia's going to win its first title in forever. And then Tua to Devontae Smith on 2nd and 26. I was watching that game with a house full of Georgia fans, and it's one of my favorite moments in history, Cody. Because you know I'm a sicko like that. You know I'm a sports masochist who gets off on other people's sports misery. I saw a bunch of grown men crying after that moment, and I was drinking their tears.
That is the beauty that, and you and I had this very conversation with our old colleague Jake Asman, who was not a college football guy. The Texas Tech Red Raiders can be whatever. They can be below 500. I can still have a fantastic Saturday watching the sadness of other football programs. Like other college football programs' heartbreak can bring me immense joy. Like I'm a Texans fan. I do not give a flying crap when the Jaguars lose or the Titans or the Colts or whatever. But you show me Texas A&M losing a football game, I'm having a good day.
Yeah, it's one thing we can both agree on, right?
Yeah.
And you're right. That does feel way more college than pros. I mean, look, obviously, if you're in a battle for first place in the NFL, you're going to root against the other team. But you don't get that joy when an NFL team you don't like loses. You get it when A&M slips up. When A&M loses to Appalachian State a couple of years ago. You know, when OU loses to Navy in a bowl game this year, It's like you find yourself like yelling at the TV in favor of a team that you just don't give a crap about because they are playing against your biggest rival. And that's the beauty of college sport.
Even just like when Penn State loses, it brings me immense joy because James Franklin he's a bit to me. It's like, dude, why don't you win something? Okay. Why don't you perform well in a big game? Like, It's like, and I think he just comes off like, he seems like, and you never want to be in this category, James Franklin, tough hang. Seems like he'd be a tough hang.
Better or worse hang than Joe Paterno?
Well, Current Paterno, nobody's hanging with him, but you know.
Well, yeah, he didn't die by hanging, I guess, so I can't make that joke. But
it's one thing. Like, okay, I don't like Texas A&M. I see them lose; it brings me great joy. But even like James Franklin losing, like I go through the scores and I see Minnesota losing. Great joy, great joy.
Yeah.
PJ Fleck, not my favorite. Great joy to watch Minnesota lose. I don't care if it's Michigan State beating them.
What do you hate boats? What's your PJ Fleck hate?
He's just a little much for me and row the boat, and he just is too bitty. You
know, next time we do a show together, because I didn't give either of us ample time to prepare, but we need just sports coaches that you hate for no reason.
Oh,
like give me your top 10 like sports coaches that like they don't coach your rival team or they didn't coach your team. It's not like, you know, Texas fans would put Tom Herman, like wherever Tom Herman's coaching now, he's on that list because of what he did. No, I'm like a guy who has had no affiliation with your program that you just can't stand for whatever reason. That would make for a good conversation, I think. By the way, I'd rather hang with dead Joe Paterno than James Franklin, I think. Like give me a beer at Joe Pa's gravesite over a beer with the guy who looks like Keegan-Michael Key any day of the week.
All right, hang on. I'm doing producing on the fly here. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, if Cody's doing what I think he's about to do, then this is going to be legendary stuff here for the people. Let's see. I
told you about this many moons ago, but I don't think I've ever showed it to you. I've got you can see it there, is Joe Paterno, and then Jerry Sandusky.
Yes.
And I did not get this going to the football camp, for the record.
But
yeah, I have a Jerry Sandusky and Joe Paterno signed Penn State football.
I have told that story of how you obtained that football to no less than 100 people in my life. I mean, that is, I think I'd rather have that than a winning lottery ticket, dude.
Well,
like
and
that is such a great / unique item that, you know, some people are like, what is that? Like, why would you care? No, there's so much history tied to those two signatures on that one football. That is special right there that you have that.
I'm pretty sure you helped me with my college basketball March Madness fantasy team to win that.
Yeah, that's what it was, right? You won that in a fantasy March Madness pick'em league with your buddies. And one year you guys decided, now instead of all pitching in cash, let's just give away this Joe Paterno, Jerry Sandusky football that we have, which I'm very curious how that was obtained. It sounds like one of your boys went to that camp as a kid, which like we owe him an apology for that right here.
Yeah, it's I mean, we've done some really cool stuff. Like one year we did just money. One year we did a Luka basketball because a bunch of those guys are from Dallas. One year we did like a Jakeem Grant autographed photo, like old Texas Tech football player. And it's like, that one's not as fun as, and then this year it was, Jerry Sandusky.
What a great year to win. Who cares about all of those other prizes? That's the one you needed to win, and you got it done. Well done there.
Yep.
All right, number 6. Yeah, it's the Crabtree play in the top 10, just outside of the top 5. Again, if you're just joining us, ESPN ranked its top 25 college football plays since 2000, and unfortunately, the Crabtree play is in there. Unfortunately, that play happened. It belongs in this list because of just how big of a deal it was and everything that was on the line in that game. And obviously it cost Texas the opportunity to compete in a national championship. Well, that and some BS Big 12 rules that thankfully no longer exist.
Right.
But Cody, do you have, you're a few years older than me, but you're still pretty young. Do you have a good Crabtree game story? Do you remember where you were when that moment went down in 08?
Oh, incredible. I mean, I did not go because I had a couple of friends who couldn't get tickets to the game come up. Like they drove up to Lubbock because they're like, if you guys win, it's going to be a madhouse. And I was like, yeah. He said, well, I want to be up there to see it. So we're hanging out in a buddy's apartment who lived across the highway from Jones AT&T Stadium. So we would hear the crowd and then we'd see it on TV. And it just, the one I remember, because it was like, I collapsed because I thought it was over, was Blake Gideon dropping the interception.
Yeah.
And and then my buddy's like, no, he dropped it. And I was like, oh. And then Crabtree caught it, ran it in the end zone. And I hopped off my buddy's porch and we were like running around, like everybody else just like flooded out of the apartments. And there was like a parking lot party. They were like, well, the game's still going on. So we finished watching the game and then got in my truck, parked on University, like as we were driving down, and it was just everybody was just hanging out and drinking and partying. And then my buddy who'd come up to see me saw a girl that we went to elementary school with, who was a Texas fan, walking down the sidewalk, and he was like, hey, so-and-so, is that you? And she was like, what are you doing here? And he's like, hey, Texas. He just double birds, and he was just like, I was like, we can't go anywhere. Like, she's gonna come over here. He's like, I don't care. I was like, yeah, I guess I don't care either.
Dude, oh my God, the excitement / suspense / anxiety / what the hell is about to happen that y'all must have felt after hearing the cheer from Jones AT&T on the Crabtree play, and you haven't seen it yet. You're like, what? How? What? Just like we're in the field. What could have happened here?
Yeah.
And then obviously, you saw it, and that sucked. That sucked for us. Great for you. I'm sure fun to be at, but oh my God, brutal.
It was a great week leading up to the game days there, all that fun stuff, and it was awesome. It didn't come all crashing down until a few weeks later in Norman, but
it was a close game there.
That's
yikes.
I'd love to tell you that you know what I'm talking about, but Texas hasn't gone and played a football game in Norman in a million years. So,
which I hate, by the way. I don't know if you've ever heard my stance on that. Nobody agrees with me on this, and that's fine. I'll be in the minority here, but once a decade, I want Texas OU to be a home and home. So 8 out of 10 years, 8 out of 10 years, I want the game at the Cotton Bowl, where it always is. And then 1 out of 10, I want it here in Austin, and 1 out of 10, I want it at, what is it, Gaylord or Pride Lord Stadium, whatever it is up there. That's what I want. Nobody agrees with me, but I think it'd be really fun to have a home and home with Oklahoma, and those atmospheres would be pretty insane.
It's named after the pitcher.
Yeah, Perry, Gaylord Perry. Yeah, good call. Yeah. Call on that one. Number 9. I don't even want to mention number 9. It involves Texas, but it also involves OU, so we don't need to get into that.
Okay.
Cody, your top 5 NFL plays, unless you have any more thoughts on the college list you want to get into.
Clowney's hit in the Outback Bowl.
Oh.
Yes, but it should be lower. Like,
what number? Where did it rank?
It was 11th.
Okay.
And it's also a play that I'm sure some dumbass official would throw a flag on today.
That's a good point.
But the hitting the guy and then one-handed grabbing the football while he's laying on top of that guy's near unconscious body is a. I also believe, and I also believe if that play never happens, he doesn't go number 1 overall.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And, maybe if Jadeveon Clowney was a better pro, not that he was a bust, he's had a very solid career, but like if he turned into a first ballot Hall of Famer, then it's like, okay, maybe that play belongs right there. But it does feel a little underwhelming because Clowney has just been in the NFL. So,
yeah.
But that's one of those plays. Like everybody remembers it. You didn't have to see it live. Like if you've seen it once, you're like, oh shit. Like, I remember him doing that to that poor Michigan kid. That was nuts.
I was nursing one of the biggest hangovers of my life that day. And my mom had made stuffed pork chops.
Ooh.
And she made pasta salad, but she had bought, this was the best little detail. She'd bought little double T pastas. Like little double T pasta pieces.
That's a thing?
Yeah. Yeah. She made pasta salad with little double T pasta pieces. And I was sitting there. I had the plate. I'm a great big fat man. So I had the plate resting on my belly, leaned back in the chair. And he hits the guy. And I was like, oh, I like nearly spilled my entire, all my food. But I was like, oh my God.
God. Yeah, I mean, I'd never seen anything like that before, and I haven't really seen anything like that since. Like he was in the backfield before the ball was snapped, I swear. The jump, getting through the offensive line, and then that hit. And like the only thing that would have made it better is if he somehow returned it for a touchdown, which, impossible because he was on the ground after making that hit. We know the college rules. You're on the ground, the play is dead. But he murdered a guy in cold blood on live TV with that hit right there. I
wonder whatever happened to Vincent Smith.
Is that who the running back was?
Yeah.
Yeah. He hasn't been heard from since that day. And that guy hopes nobody knows his name. Like usually, if you're a college football player, man, I never got to experience this, but like if I was a walk-on at Texas, I'd be like, Google me. Who's that coach who's like, Google me? I've won everywhere I've been. Like that's
the Indiana guy.
Yeah, that'd be walk-on player. Like as long as I have a roster website or like a link on the roster website, then I'm telling everybody I meet, like, yeah, I played football at whatever. I played basketball at whatever. Vincent Smith is like that guy wants nobody to Google his name ever because when you do, it's not, oh, here's the good things this guy might have done as a player. It's, oh, here's the time that literally everybody saw him get murdered on TV.
Yeah. And you don't love this for him. His Wikipedia page is done after his 2012 season, which is after Jadeveon Clowney took his soul. So,
yeah,
perhaps Vincent's no longer with us. I don't know.
Does it have a died section on that page, and it's literally the date of that hit?
It just has his 4 years at Michigan and a very tiny early life section, and that's it. And the last paragraph about the 2012 season is just, he didn't play as much, and when he did play, Jadeveon Clowney killed him.
That's amazing. Poor guy. Poor guy. Maybe you could have turned that into an NIL deal nowadays, but obviously back then that wasn't possible.
The National Transportation Safety Board or whatever could have put him in the commercials instead of the crash test dummies.
It's well done. I didn't think about that. I like that. Or some pillow or something like, hey, use these pillows. They're soft. They'll protect you. Or condoms. Protection.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it protects against that, but there were some opportunities there. All right, our homework assignment, Cody. So there's ESPN's ranking of the top 25 college football plays. Again, we gave some thoughts on that. But I wanted us to each come up with the top 5. We're not going to do a full list of 25 here. The top 5 NFL plays since 2000. So I figured we'd alternate here, like each give our number 5, each give our number 4, and go on from there. I will give you the floor first if you've got a number 5 NFL play since the turn of the millennium.
Number 5 for me is Brady to Edelman in the comeback Super Bowl, where Edelman's like laying on top of the guy and barely can catch it. That to me is it wasn't the best play in that game because Julio Jones catching the football on the sideline, which should have sealed the deal for the Falcons, was more impressive. But because the Patriots won and that was part of the comeback, Brady to Edelman in the is it Edelman? Yeah, Edelman. And Brady to Edelman in the Super Bowl, where Edelman's like laying on top of the guy and has to like corral it. That to me is one that just kind of sticks out.
Yeah, and the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history. Finding a play from that game makes sense. That one just missed my top 5. I was worried people would think there's some Jewish bias because Julian Edelman's one of us, so I left that one off the list so I wouldn't get blamed. Number 5 for me, the Minneapolis Miracle. Divisional round 2018 playoffs. Saints in Minnesota taking on Case Keenum, former Texan, and the Vikings. Saints go up 24-23. Minnesota gets the ball back. 10 seconds left. No timeouts. They're at their own 31-yard line. They needed a miracle, and they got one. Case Keenum, 61 yards to Stephon Diggs. Speaking of former Texans, just an unbelievable moment. Things like that don't happen to Minnesota sports, right? Like they're always the team on the wrong end of that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And of course, they went on and got smoked by Philadelphia and Nick Foles the week later in the NFC Championship game. So they didn't do anything with it, but like that moment right there. I mean, anytime you get a buzzer beater, walk-off touchdown to win a playoff game, like that's pretty special. And Case Keenum leading a team to an NFC championship needs to be looked at. That moment for me right there, number 5 on my list.
Yeah. Number 4 for me, and maybe would have been higher, but certainly could have been lower, but I'll never forget it. The Fail Mary. With the replacement refs, and you got one guy going here and one guy going incomplete. And nobody knows what happened.
Dude, that's, when the Foot Locker refs were in charge, like, I always wonder how long it would have taken for the NFL and the refereeing association to get that deal done if that play never happened. Like, would they have played hardball for an entire season, for half a season? But when that moment happened on Monday Night Football, so a game that everybody was watching, and when that play went down the way that it did, you knew the NFL had to get its shit together and say, okay, refs, whatever you want, literally, you could have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Seahawks, Packers, the 2 teams in that game?
Seahawks, Packers, absolutely.
Crazy. All right, number 4. I also have a Seahawks play. The Beast Mode Beast Quake.
Yes,
run.
That was on my list too.
Yeah, for Marshawn Lynch. 2010 playoffs. Boy, I'm really picking on the Saints here with these two, because it was the Seahawks with a losing record hosting the Saints in a wild card playoff game. Seattle was up 34-30 with like 4 minutes to go, and they're just trying to kill some clock, and maybe they can bleed the clock out to a win, and they've got the upset. But it's 2nd and 10 from their own 33. They just hand it off, a normal run, and Marshawn Lynch turns it into literally the best run I've ever seen in my life. NFL, college, high school, whatever. That guy broke what felt like 15 tackles, and then obviously he grabs his nuts and does the crazy backwards dive into the end zone, like with everything that was on the line. And, people were at that game say it was like the loudest crowd pop they've ever heard at an NFL stadium. Like that was so much fun. And again, to this day, I've yet to see a run at any level of football as impressive as that one. So the Beastquake, number 4 for me.
Yeah, it was number 3 for me, just because the legend of Marshawn Lynch off of that play, the Richter scale that registered the craziness, all that, it was number 3 for me.
All right. Yeah, my number 3, maybe not the most impressive play you've ever seen, but with just what was on the line. And it's just one of those moments where you remember where you were, and you still, it happened, a decade ago, and you still can't quite figure out why it happened. Malcolm Butler's interception at the goal line.
Yep.
Right. It's literally the biggest head scratcher and the worst play call in NFL history. Steve Sarkisian's toss sweep from the 1 yard line looks like, the greatest play call ever compared to Pete Carroll and Darrell Bevel's decision to throw it at the 1 yard line instead of handing it off to the aforementioned Marshawn Lynch. The Seahawks down 4. They're a yard away from winning a Super Bowl. If they handed it off to Lynch, they're not stopping him. Seahawks win. They go back to back. And instead, Russell Wilson throws it. It gets picked off in the end zone by Malcolm Butler, and the Patriots win another one. Like that, again, to this day, nobody can figure out what Seattle was thinking. And anytime you have a biggest blank in sport history, that was the biggest head scratcher, the worst play call in NFL history. I don't know what a close number 2 is, if there is a close number 2. That right there is number 3 on my list, Cody.
Yeah, that was number 2 for me, was just all the things that you brought up. And then the fact that Malcolm Butler never really did anything else of note. He played pretty well for the Patriots for a couple of years, and then they didn't even have him active for a Super Bowl a couple of years later. And he bounced around the NFL and he's out. But he'll sign that picture till his hand falls off.
That's a good point. All right, what's your number 1? I feel like I'm stealing all of yours. So give me your last one here just in case.
Number 1's Tyree and the helmet catch, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my number 1 as well.
Eli, Brady, the helmet catch, just how do you not go with that one?
Patriots 18-0, right? Trying to do the 72 Dolphins bid, and one of the biggest upsets in the history of that game. And that catch was a huge reason why. Yeah, that's number 1. My number 2, and this literally happened January of 2000, so I guess I cheated here, but the Music City Miracle.
Yep.
It's like one of the first football plays I remember watching in my life. And just a playoff game. I don't have to describe it. Everybody knows what happened. Just the crazy Titans kickoff return when they were done and dead in the water. And all of a sudden you get Kevin Dyson running it 75 yards down the field. Titans beat the Bills. They go on to make the Super Bowl that year. Like that. We've seen crazy lateral plays, but to see something like that happen, and obviously you had the controversy. Was it a forward pass? Was it a backward pass across the field? That obviously adds to the mystique and the mystery of that play. But I went Music City Miracle number 2, and then David Tyree catch number 1.
Yeah, tough. It's since 2000, pretty small group. Obviously, the NFL has a couple of legendary plays that have freaking names to it.
Yeah.
With the catch and the immaculate reception. But since 2000, I think we did a pretty good job. James Harrison in the Super Bowl is pretty memorable to me.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's onside kick. The Philly special. Some of these, though, are just middle of the game or right before halftime or out of halftime. And there was still more.
Right. Yeah. And then you think of great regular season plays. I see no OBJ, right? Odell Beckham's catch against the Cowboys was if you're just talking about greatest individual plays, no circumstances taken into consideration, that might be number 1.
Yeah.
It's that or the beast mode run, the beastquake. Those are holy shit. Did that really just happen? But yeah, regular season game, Cowboys won that game, so it didn't even do anything for the Giants on that night anyways.
Sunday Night Football, right?
Sunday Night Football. Yeah, that helped, right? Everybody was watching. Anytime a moment like that happens in prime time, it makes it feel bigger. But yeah, that deserves to be in the conversation for sure, but didn't crack the top 5. All right. Well, we got a couple more things to get into today. I want to see what's on Cody's mind here in a second. But before we dive into our next topic, having some fun here is Cody Stutes filling in for Bucky Godbolt on a Wednesday edition of Bucky and BK. Want to give a few more sponsor shout outs, including one to my man Hurricane Hecht. There's a new lawyer in town. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. Actually from Houston, went to Texas, now lives in Austin, and he has been fighting for the people for a decade now. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. So if you've been injured in a car accident, if you get hurt on the job, if a dog bit you, anything like that, call Hurricane Hecht. And the best part, he doesn't get paid unless you win, which means you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pockets. He's aggressive in court, but he's compassionate with clients. And the difference between Hurricane Hecht and all of these big wigs you see on TV, you call those firms, you're not going to get to work with those people. They're going to just hand you off to some jabroni who just graduated law school. You call Hurricane Hecht, you're going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht. Don't let the insurance companies push you around after a serious injury. Call on Hurricane Hecht, and he's going to flood your wallets with cash. His phone number, 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929. Or you can shoot him an email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Make sure you tell them that Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Also, some love to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. The summer is here. It's hot outside. I'm not breaking any news to anybody. If you are here in Central Texas and something is wrong with your air conditioner, don't try to go through the red hot summer alone. Call on our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Nearly 70 years of providing the best HVAC services in Central Texas. If you've got a new home that needs a new AC unit, or if you just need a repair to your current AC system, call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, and they will take care of you. They also do plumbing as well. 512-842-5066. You can find them online at woodscomfortsystems.com and take advantage of their great $69 off special. They've been around for 69 years. They're offering $69 off any new AC system or repair over there at woodscomfortsystems.com. And shout out to OLIPOP, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. 19 different flavors. OLIPOP, a total game changer. It tastes like soda, but it's got ingredients that support good digestive health. You don't have to go all over the place to find it too. Wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you shop, you can shop OLIPOP. We drink it on the shows all the time. And if you try it, we think you will be drinking it all the time as well. Shout out to OLIPOP. All right, Cody, I've been coming up with the topics today. I'm curious what's on your mind in the world of sports. It could be outside of sports. What's been tickling your fancy here recently?
Have you seen this? It's an app that's like a fake sports book. So you don't wager real money. You get coins, and then you can get coins for watching ads or whatever. But this fake sports book has like blown up because they've had the opportunity to wager on their sports book on Angel Reese to miss her first shot.
No way.
Yeah, the WNBA player, former LSU player, and she started the season like, okay, the first couple of games she misses her first shot. It's like, whatever. But then it was 3 games. Then it was 4 games, and she missed like a bunny, like just like right next to the basket, just missed it. Then there was like game 5, she got like blocked. And like I was kind of like, I kind of saw it come across the timeline on social media, and then I like was really like, okay, maybe there's some fun fake money things to go on here. And then I was like, okay, so I started playing on this little fake sports book, and they got some goofy stuff that they let you do that a regular sports book wouldn't let you do. Like a regular sports book's not going to let you parlay, hey, this guy and this guy's not going to hit a home run today. Like most sports books don't offer that. This, this crazy one does. So I built up quite the bankroll between Angel Reese games. And I'm like, here we go. She's nice. She's going to miss. So I had like, I think they start you with like 30,000 coins. And I'd gotten it up to like 180,000 coins. Just like, a little goofy bet here or there. And it was Saturday afternoon. And she's on CBS. Like it was supposed to be Caitlin Clark and her. Clark's hurt. But they're on big CBS, not CBS Sports Network or whatever, big CBS. And I'm like, okay, well, I put like basically all I had in this little fake sports book on Angel Reese to miss her first shot. And they don't get her the rock early. And I'm like, I thought she was like, I don't watch it. I thought she was one of the best players on the team. She's not, apparently. Huh. And they don't get her the ball. And then this Fever player just turns it over midcourt. Angel Reese, vintage Cody Stutes move. As soon as it looks like a turnover, sprinted to the other side of the court. You're trying to cherry pick you an easy bucket.
Sure.
Now I wasn't sprinting because I never moved quite fast enough to be considered sprinting. But I would head the other way. As soon as it looked like somebody's about to turn the ball over, I'm taking off the other way. I'm trying to get an easy layup. So she does that, and I'm like, oh, no, here we go. She's going to get a wide open layup. And I was like, surely the 5, 6, whatever it is, straight games has caught up to her, and she's going to be like, oh, God, she's just going to blow the layup. No, she made it look easy. Like it was a kindergartner, one of those little – and I was like, no, my fake money.
You're just like yelling at the TV, and everyone's like, what are you yelling at? You're like, Angel Reese made a shot.
Yeah, my fake money.
2-0, and you're like losing your mind at the TV.
So I was able to build it back up, and I was like, well, surely she's not going to make her first one last night. Nope, she did. So I'm fake sports book broke now. I got to watch an ad for like 1,000 coins, and then I got to like invite a friend for another 1,000 coins, and then we'll see.
That's kind of genius. Yeah, here, invite me. You got 1,000 coins coming your way because I want to be part of this. I do wonder, like, is that a bet you can make in real life? Angel Reese missing her first shot. That feels like an opportunity for like any sports book to make money on, because I feel like people would be willing to put their real money on that too.
So I do wonder for like big sports books if there is a. Like if there's because on this imaginary sports book, they're giving you like, at one point it was 6-1 odds that she was going to make the first one. Like the prop is, will she miss? And it's no or yes. And yes was like 6-1. And it's like, honestly, at 6-1, I probably should have just been taking 6-1 on making her first shot.
Sure.
But I got sucked into the bit,
Yeah.
And so I think a real sportsbook would have trouble with the juice and juicing it the right way. Like, because you need to incentivize them to say no, especially like after she's missed a few in a row and like it becomes a big thing.
Right.
Now that she's made a couple, like the juice has got to even out so you don't get crushed if you're the sports book. So, but
I think you could, like, you could bet on NBA, first shot, guy who makes first shot. What will the first shot be? A 3-pointer, a layup, a mid-range, a free throw, whatever. So, like, obviously the sports books don't invest as much into WNBA research as they do, NBA, NFL, college football, all of that stuff. But, like, I don't know, with the rise in popularity of the sport over the last year or two, like maybe they got somebody who could come up with some real lines for that. Curious. Next time we're out at Circa in Vegas, we got to see if that's a bet we can make. And I'm fascinated to hear like an entire sports book go nuts based on Angel Reese making or missing her first shot of a game. That'd be electric right there.
Well, it's just I tell you what, it shows you the power of wagering. It wasn't even real money. And I, on a Saturday afternoon on one of my mini screens, had big CBS on to watch WNBA basketball.
That's amazing. Yeah, you're right. The power of wagering. I like that.
There's another. We started the show talking about NIL and like the closing of the gap. That's another thing that has ruined a fun gambling bit from back in the day. The women's basketball tournament, the first few rounds, you used to be able to go first half parlays with all the big names, and you could go first half parlay, and like the numbers astronomical. Usually, it'd be like South Carolina, 25-point first half favorites, but you could parlay them and the other number one seeds, and they'd cover it by 7 or 8 points easy, and you could put together like you put enough like a couple of -110s together. you put enough of them together, you get a pretty big wager.
Sure.
The gaps closed a little bit. Somehow the 16 seeds figured out how to stay within 26 points or something.
It's very annoying. Yeah, I sweated out a Texas. I think it was 2 years ago. They were a 1 seed, and I think they were like 45-point favorites. This was full game, not just first half. But I was out in Vegas just sweating out Texas covering the 45. I think they won by 47, but it was a very stressful couple of minutes there. So there's money-making opportunities with women's sports too. It's not why we love them. All right, we support women's sports here. We're Title IX guys on this show, but it doesn't hurt that.
We talked about softball.
Yeah, we talk about exactly. We talk plenty of softball on this show. We got you covered. So that's like, what could you do? Could you could you bet on life stuff? I feel like you and I have talked about this before. Like, obviously we bet on sports stuff all the time, but like, could you find a way to turn a fake money app into like not just betting on sports, but like betting on real life situations that happen to people?
Like, hey, my buddy so-and-so got married. Can I get an over-under on the years he stays married?
Oh my God. Dude, that's the one right there, right? Like you can't really say that to people because unless you really know who you're talking to, otherwise someone's going to get really offended. But like, yeah, an over-under on a marriage or just an over-under on any relationship. Like, hey, my buddy's got a new girlfriend. And like, I give it like 3.5 months over-under. What are you taking? Yeah. I mean, that's like, you're considered an a-hole if you do stuff like that. But if it's behind the privacy of an app on your phone, you just get a little pool of your buddies to also get in on that. Maybe that's maybe there's something to that. Maybe we could start something there.
I like a private sports book for just like non-sports. I guess it'd be a life book at that point.
Yeah. What about like a single guy at the bar, like over under how many girls he's going to talk to tonight?
Yeah.
The classic stereotype, the guys go out, dude, I'm going to talk to like 50 chicks tonight. And then they're just on their phone on the corner looking at the weather app, trying to make it seem like they're texting somebody of importance. Like how many girls does your guy talk to? How many numbers does he pick up? Like, obviously you can expand it beyond relationships and hookups, but that right there feels pretty good.
Like over under guy at new job or promotion or amount of, like, you could do a long term one. It's like over under X number of kids, like, stuff like that. And then the guy's trying to, get paid out after he had a vasectomy. And it's like, well, actually it's still physically possible. They're not 100%. So we got to wait till, the conclusion before we pay you out. So that's, there's some usefulness there. There's some, got to figure out a way to monetize it. Like, surely I don't know how to do the computer stuff, but like, if I had a nerd that could build the app, I could sell the app to friend groups for their friend group to then put the stuff in.
Yeah.
Like tell me some group of friends wouldn't pay a one-time $50 fee and then $5.99 a month for me to manage the sports book of their life.
That's like, we all love betting on sports, but like, we don't know most of the athletes that are competing here. If you can like do those types of bets on people you actually know, to where you have real insight and intel on what's going to happen, like there's something to that right there. I kind of like that bit, like betting on your friends' success and failures. And boy, I shouldn't bring this up. I think the statute of limitations is passed, and I won't bring up any names here, but in college, one of my like real smart friends, big coder guy, he made a website of like, basically it would put pictures of 2 women on UT's campus up, and you would vote on which one you thought was hotter.
Oh man.
And it was all Texas chicks. And it started at like just our fraternity. And then within a week, it was like every fraternity knew about this thing happening.
Yeah.
And like the guy, I mean, it blew up. Girls were getting pissed, understandably so. Like they were finding out about this. They were getting the results. Like they were crying. And the guy had to take it down. Like he got called to the university basically and like threatened. And I think he had already taken it down at that point because he was like, oh, shit, like this is not a good idea. I felt bad. I was hoping this would be a fun thing for our friends, but it blew up. But I bring that story up because it's people it's people you see every day. If you can have that sort of competition or wagering involved with it, it's going to be popular.
The tough part is confirming some of the things where it's like obviously if you bet on kids, the kid shows up. It's like, will he cheat? Like your buddy's going to say he didn't cheat for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So it's like, he didn't cheat, so that one's maybe you have to no grade that one. That one, you just get refunded your money or something.
I'm trying to start like the first real high school sports betting app out there.
Oh, geez. BK.
Like for years that's been frowned upon. Right. But like,
I think it still is.
There was a Governor Abbott just passed a law last week that says high school students can now make money off of NIL. So they're starting to be able to cash it. Now it's only 17 and up. And I think you have to wait until you go to college to get that money. But like you could start agreeing on deals for your name, image, and likeness in high school. So look, I'm thinking youth sports too. All right. I'm willing to go to some small ass peewee field on a Saturday and take some bets on that. So you're welcome for keeping it to the high schoolers here.
That's a whole nother segment of our app too, is like when your friends play recreational sports, getting their lines. Like your buddies playing beer league softball over under 2.5 bases,
Right.
The app has limitless possibilities. Get us on Shark Tank. We could do this.
We need to come up with ways to finalize this, and we need to find a smart person to actually put this together.
Yeah.
But yeah. And all of those things I think are ins. High school sports, that might be frowned upon, but like that'd
be tough.
Dude, Texas high school football. How many people watch that? How many people care about that? Dude, I've been to a Westlake Lake Travis game where there was a dad taking bets at the gate with people. It's like that didn't seem right, but no one was like arresting him or stopping him for that. And that guy probably cashed in that night. That's what we need.
Right. Yeah. The problem is you can get a little friendly wager going. It's just the casino is going to take a little piece of the action, so the BK casino is going to take it. That. So I like we got to figure out how to do this app. And then the other app that I've thought for a long time, and it's not in good taste, but it is sometimes things aren't in good taste. A death pool app. Are you in a death pool with your friends?
No.
At the beginning of the year, you all draft celebrities, and then you get points based on what their age is when they die, less 100. So it's like back in the day, Amy Winehouse would have been a big hit. She was only 28. So you're getting 72 points. When Bob Uecker unfortunately leaves us, it's like you don't get that many points, but it's pretty
safe
close.
Bet. Yeah. Like Betty White died at 99 a couple of years ago. Like, you only get 1 point, but picking her at the start of whatever year she passed is
but you're on the board.
Pick.
So we've got the technology. We know how fantasy drafts work. We just have to put a giant list of celebrities' names in a pool, and then we can do a death pool draft.
How many names do you get per year?
Me and my friends usually do about 5.
Y'all do this every year?
Yeah, and one I shouldn't say this, but one guy, we had to change some rules because guys were drafting like this person's child, but they didn't have a child yet. And then it's like 1 year he got 100 points.
And
I was like, we can't do that anymore.
Can't do that. No,
that one felt wrong.
There's a line here.
He went over it.
Yeah, even for us to say that tells you how bad it was. If we're saying that is too far.
That one was too much. So they had to be. They had to
Are
be
you allowed to pick celebrities like with a terminal illness? Like, okay, what about like President Biden? Like, if he makes it past this year, but he still has cancer going into 2026, like, does he? Is that off limits?
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, okay, if everybody's going to pick him, he's 82 now, so it's 18 points.
Yeah.
Like, would I? Boy. Like, Tom Cruise does a lot of crazy stunts. One of them goes wrong, and all of a sudden you're looking at 40-something points.
You're right.
But he might be immoral because of Scientology witchcraft, so I don't know.
It's going to keep him around. Boy, we are going to hell, aren't we?
Buddy, if you beat me there, build a nice condo for me.
Yeah, amen. All right, 9 o'clock. I know you've got a roll here.
Yep.
We'll bring on Double R and Wags here. Cody, thanks so much for doing this fun show.
Hopefully these guys aren't disgusted with me.
Wheelhouse.
Are you kidding? No.
We just got 2 hours of Wheelhouse.
Dude, it's like stay on. On. I want to talk Deathpool, dude.
Yeah, you came.
I don't know if you can see, but I got a studio full of Marvel stuff, Cody. So.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys would sign up for the app, is what you're saying.
100%.
Absolutely.
I'm on board, buddy.
I'm ready. Right
All
now.
right. All right, well, we'll all remember where we were when we download the Deathpool app next year.
That's
That's
awesome.
going to get us all rich. All right, y'all be sure to follow Cody on YouTube. Just search Cody Stutes. Check out HoustonFootball.com for the best Texans coverage there is. Cody, thanks so much. Enjoy training camp, brother, and we'll chop it up soon.
Thanks, man.
Later, Cody.
Thanks.
Take care, man.
All right, there he goes. Cody Stutes.
Crazy.
Yeah, if you are a
Wheelhouse.
Texans fan,
All you're missing is the ass man.
Listen, the Ass Man. Yeah, 2/3 of our ESPN Houston radio show that we did for a couple of years from 2021 to 2023. And yeah, all of us are kind of doing our own things right now. Like Cody does his own digital thing. Jake's doing his own digital thing covering the New York Jets. And here we are doing our own digital thing with, with Texas Sports Unfiltered, talking all things Longhorns sports.
The world is digitized, amigo. The world has been digitized.
Amen. Amen. How are you guys doing this morning?
I'm a little under the weather, man. Got a massive head. I think it's stress because of this pool.
What, the death pool? You're already stressing about it?
we got, no. That was legitimately sick though.
Wags.
Just what we're putting in the background in the backyard, man.
You got to tell BK the idea that you sent me last night.
I can't even remember, Rodney. I was
so Wags sends me images of the Wagner family pool. That's what it's called.
We had the designs last night. We met with the contractor and everything. We got the designs done. That's what.
Yeah, and Wags is like, we've got to do chaos theory by the pool.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's not just chaos theory. We should also have a show or two in the morning. You are more than welcome to come poolside, amigo. Once it's all done.
What are you thinking? Like building a cabana or something right by the pool?
There's BK. What do you see this? Like, it's if you know me, bro. If I'm gonna do something, I'm doing it right.
Yeah,
sure.
You know
okay.
that. So if I'm going back in debt for the rest of my life, we're gonna have something really good to go in debt for. So.
Yeah. Wags sends me these pictures. I'm like, what city is that in? That doesn't even look like
my
background.
Backyard, dude. And shout, you know what? Shout out to Bevo Lance Jason and Jay Meyer for telling me about this company here. I tried to help out too. He had some friends too, but we ultimately went with the company that Jason recommended to us. So Jason, hopefully, if you're listening, man, be looking for a nice little reduction in your bill. So hopefully that's what happened. That's what they said happens with the whole referral process. So that should be happening to you, buddy. So thank you.
Well, okay, give me like a layout and give the people just kind of
so
what you're saying.
At first we were gonna, it's like 27 by 14. That was the first one we were going to go with, just straight up rectangular pool. And you've seen my yard. Like I got a decent sized backyard.
Sure.
So we were going to go with the rectangular pool going horizontally, right? And then I was going to have 4 or 5 vertical slabs, like white slabs, like big, kind of like decent sized rectangular stones, right? Going vertically to match that horizontal, but like have them evenly spaced out so that you can see the grass and then have it aligned centrally with the pool going horizontal. We wanted to go that way because of lap swimming. We wanted to be able to swim laps and shit. But we ultimately settled on gunite, and we wanted to have a little bit of curvature to the pool to add some just charm. You know what I mean? We wanted charm to the pool. Like you can still, if you want, tie a bungee cord to the tree and swim your laps and get your Phelps in that way if you want. She's crazy for thinking that, but yeah, ultimately we decided to go with a little bit of the curvature. I don't know the actual dimensions of it, but it's a nice size pool. The concrete's going to kick our ass on. That's the most expensive part.
Yeah.
But we got gravel leading out to it. Pools with a pool on, like 2 pool chairs with a pool umbrella, love seat, lights, fountains.
In the water, like the pool chairs, like
in the water, buddy. We got a little wade area for Rocky. But Bianca's scared to death of the water, but Rocky's gonna be able to get in there and start swimming, just lounge around and swim. So it's gonna be a good time. I'm excited.
Couple more here. What about a diving board? Are those
diving board? No diving board.
Is there going to be a deep end, or is this going to be like?
So it is. It will gradually decline from 3 to 5 feet. So it will go down. It'll go down.
No deep end.
No. At first, we just wanted a cocktail pool, right? Just something to dip in and cool off, right? If you've been in anybody's backyard in Texas, it feels like the Lord of the Rings volcano where you're throwing a ring in, man. It's hot. So we just wanted a little cocktail pool to dip our feet in and kind of to wade in. And now Joe was a great salesman. He upsell a little bit. And you know what's the problem is, boys, once you see what could virtually be in your backyard, it's really. And then you go over the differentials in pricing and how much it's going to be more monthly. It's like, what are we talking about here? Let's go ahead and let's see the kingdom. Let's see the kingdom.
Yeah, it's only $11 more a month.
That's it. I mean, hell, you know, over the course of 20 years. No, we're talking a pink thief. No slim up bar, but I will bring the Mai Tais and the margaritas to you. So
I like that.
A little tequila sunrise too, gents.
Altstadt beer.
Altstadt beer in the morning. All right, we can do that. I was going to say Altstadt beer in the middle of the day after you get done cutting the yard or whatever. And that's just it too. We're not going to have much yard to cut.
I have no yard left.
We're going to get rid of all the dead grass.
That's a plus right there. So how long? Any guess on how long this
2 months
whole ordeal
should be done? They said everything complete by September.
Wow. So we get to use it this year.
Yeah, this year. So,
Nice.
Football season, come on around. Here we go, baby. Sign me up.
Oh, hey, yeah, we're gonna be watching.
We're excited. I'm pretty stressed out. Like no bullshit. Like the past couple of days have been pretty stressful.
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, because you're essentially like, we're here. We ain't going anywhere. Like if this is the case, like we are absolutely here for. We flirted with the idea of maybe leaving. You know, if Reed wanted to go to college somewhere, I don't give a shit where he's going to college. We ain't going anywhere. If that's the case, because it increases the resale value, but not as much as what you're investing into the pool, right? And we got very lucky to where we bought at a perfect time, and then the house doubled within the first 2 years. So
I missed out on that.
Yeah. And hopefully it gets to a point again where it's a buyer's market for everybody, man. Like
we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there again. So yeah, it's good timing, man. It's good timing.
All right, I'll let you guys do your HGTV show.
Thank you. Me and what Chip and Kelly? What? It's not Chip Kelly. What is it? Chip and what?
Joanna.
Jojo.
Chip
and JoJo. Chip and JoJo. Thank you. Chip and Kelly. It's gonna be Chip and Kelly.
Chip and Kelly.
Boys. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, dude.
Good to see him and Cody back on the tube together. Well, hearing them. I never really got to see them down in Houston, but we got to hear them in Houston. Yeah, those of you guys that don't know, those were two parts of the trio between Wheelhouse. He had Jake Assman, Cody Suits, and yours truly, Brad Kellner there. But anyways, welcome to Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are already chaotic if you haven't heard already. Lots to get into. Really loaded night of sports. We'll be breaking that loaded night of sports last night. We told you guys this would be a little bit of the lull in the action here between the finals, the NBA finals and the NHL finals. But we made it through. We got through it. Make sure you follow us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, and then on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. My partner in crime is the _ Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter, and then the _ Rodney R on InstaFace, and then the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. It looks like most of you guys have. Good morning. We see you in the chat channel firing off already. And then if you were out and about, if you were mobile, those lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. Partner. Yeah, a little stressful. Little stressful these past couple of days, man.
Little, yeah. Oh my man,
back and forth. Going. I mean, thinking that you're going to be in one ballpark of a financial, burden, and you just signing, welcoming the fucking devil into your home so you can have heaven in your backyard. It's boy. But yeah, shout out to Jason. Thank you guys, all you guys, Ike, for recommending awesome companies to go with, but we ultimately settled on the company that Jason recommended. So Beaverlands, Jason, you are the winner of our hearts. We appreciate that.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, speaking of winners, also, guys, don't forget, I'm sure that the guys talked about it this morning, but we've got our U.S. Open Pick'em game is going, and you could win golf for 4 at Lake Cliff. Here if you're checking out on YouTube, it is right there in the description. And if you go to the app, check out our socials. That's where it's at there. Pretty easy. I did it this morning. There's, I forget, 6 or 7 flights there. You just pick it and go with it. And somebody's going to win golf for 4 at Lake Cliff. I'd like to win that. If I win that, I'm taking it. I'm sorry. I need to go.
I'm seeing these comments. I'm actually cool with having the family from Texas Sports Unfiltered over at the house. I've met you guys before. Some of y'all are as crazy as me, which is all right. But hell, I'd take most of y'all home to meet my mom. You know what I mean? You guys, good souls. Good souls.
Man, that's a really cool thing. And it would be cool. We need to. I think it would be really cool to get, even if it's not at your pool, some kind of gathering together before football season.
That's we need to get back with the fam. We need a family reunion, right? Yeah, we need a family reunion.
Yeah, that's a cool thing. That was always a fun thing about remotes back in the day, is that you would go out and people could pop in, and remotes are a lot of work, but like kind of a gathering, I think would be excellent. It'd be really cool because we got cool people that check this stuff out. I will tell you
absolutely.
That. Yeah, there's a lot of our TSU fam. I mean, we talk offline. I mean, it's like we message back and forth, and the coach Ben Johnson, when Indianapolis was going on, this dude's like, I can't believe what I'm watching. This is crazy, whatever. So it's like, that's a cool part about doing this, man. And we're just all regular people. I think
that's basically regular people coming by to have a good sports conversation. Hey, did you watch any baseball though? It was a good night to kind of treat yourself to some baseball though.
I turned on Kansas City and the Yankees at one point, but I had revved up live last
Dodgers.
Night.
Dodgers got shellacked by the Friars 11-1. Did you see that shit?
It happens every now and then. Yeah, it's rigged. They have to lose every now and then.
Is that what it is? They got to lay up a few times and let them think that they're human.
Yeah, they get the call. They get the call from New York. It's like, hey, can you guys kind of throw a stinker tonight? Can you guys kind of suck tonight?
Sauer got tuned up, man. 13. I mean, he was yoked early. I think what did he go? I don't even think he went 5. To be honest with you, let me pull this up.
Yeah, check this out. Yeah, Jason's got it right.
Yeah, he didn't even last 5. 4.2.
You get this group over there. You definitely better shock that pool.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think it could get a little out of control if that happens. But yeah, I had that on for a little bit, but I had revved up live last night, and NASCAR's going to Mexico this weekend, so there's just a lot that I've been dealing with on the racing side.
Any chance you're heading below the border?
No.
South of the border.
Yeah, no, not me. Not making that trip. I can't. I've got stuff next week that I got to attend to.
Where are they going to Monterey? I'm assuming
Mexico City. Mexico City,
the biggest city in North America. Mexico City,
beautiful place.
If I said what was the biggest city in North America, would you have named Mexico City?
No, I'd have probably said Montreal.
Montreal. Is that It's not North. It
I
is.
know.
Yeah, that's North America.
It's,
That's
it's north of us, you know. So
No, that's North America.
yeah. Well, you know, it's getting with everything that's going on in the world. NASCAR going to Mexico. There's an issue with immigration. So this NASCAR thing's getting a little out of control, and people just need to calm the freak down. Where it's like, come on, you know, it's like.
So are they saying that there's going to be, you know, concerns or danger at the event in Mexico City?
The people that are not, that don't have any common sense are of the mindset that the cartel is going to rush every NASCAR team as soon as they cross the border and kill them all, steal all their shit, and whatever. And people, a lot of people of that mindset are like, NASCAR needs to tell Mexico to flip off. And it's like, here's the facts. Number one, Mexico didn't go chase NASCAR. NASCAR went and chased Mexico. If I were Mexico, I would tell NASCAR to fuck off if that's what you really want to do. Number two, these teams are going to be treated with the most respect that they're going to have seen in the last 10 years in Mexico City. Totally the opposite of what everybody's saying. Number three, you're not going to the ghetto. You're going to a beautiful place.
I love talking to people that have never been outside of their backyard before.
Yeah, and yeah, Jake, yes, they have got the most the federales. They have got the kickest ass people that are escorting these teams. But
are you going to take away my federalehood?
And here's the whole thing. What Mexico asked these teams to do, they're like, we need you all at the border by X amount of time. So people see that and they're like, oh, why do they all want them there at the same time? They've got to be up to something. Yeah, they want to fucking get them across there safely as possible with as less hassle as possible. Oh my God, this was all night.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you know, not to poke fun at anyone, but I'm from a very, very, very small town. Matter of fact, the movie Blair Witch, the Blair Witch, is that what it's called?
The Blair Witch Project?
Blair Witch Project?
Yeah.
Where the three kids are up in the mountains or whatever. Those are the mountains I grew. Those are the South Mountains in Burkittsville. Mm-hmm. You can get through those mountains in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Seriously, in 2 hours. That's how small it is. But they were able to make, you know, a cool movie out there. I'm telling you this because of the intimacy of the town, right? Like, and also my great grandfather was the mayor, so I couldn't do a damn thing. Like
everybody knows
we didn't need cell phones, dude, because we had Karens everywhere.
Nosy
I mean,
neighbors.
That was we make the invention of Karens in what the 2000s. The entire neighborhood was full of Karens.
Oh yeah.
Okay, like if you went and did something, if you threw an egg at somebody's car, my grandma got a call. Like there's no, I know your, you know, it was one of those towns, right? My graduating class started with 180 something and finished with 123, right? Dropouts, bro. You know, but a lot of experience happens in a small town. A lot of curiosity, you know, goes down. Like you start experimenting with a lot of things, right?
And everybody knows
drugs and sex. You know what I mean? You know, you start experimenting because you really, you know, you don't look too far outside of your burg, right? And that's why I made that joke, like, hey, you know, it's fun to talk to people that don't step outside of their gate or outside of their fence, their yard, right? That's kind of how it is in a small town. Like they just know what they know inside of that town. They don't even care about what's going on outside around them because all they know is in that town.
And as a matter of fact, Wags, I follow the small town that I grew up in, 30 some odd miles south of here. I follow their little community page. Just for the humor. As a matter of fact, this morning I jump on there to see what's going on over there, and somebody posts, "Did y'all hear all the sirens this morning? What's going on? Any idea what's going on?" Granted, they're having a cowboy breakfast over there.
My Facebook, like I joined our Facebook, the Brushy Creek Facebook community, and they do that shit too here. They're just like, "Oh my God, did you hear the gun?" It wasn't a gunshot. It was a car backfire.
A car backfired.
Okay? That's what, or it was a firework. You know what I mean? My God, we're all gonna die. That's usually what happens. And I'll be the asshole that responds on the community Facebook page, be like, yeah, you know what, dude, I saw it. It happened. I'll give bad information out there. 3 dogs carried away a dead body. It's awful.
Well, the one that I like is you
I
get
need
on
my
these,
humor. I need my humor every now and then.
Oh yeah. You get on these community forums, and everybody's a restaurant critic. You know, I went to wherever.
Sure, yeah, they're a damn chef.
Yeah,
I
and the
usually
top
get on Facebook just to see Tom's daily comments. Tom usually puts a daily comment out there on what you're going to do, or just a proverb. That's not even a comment; it's a proverb.
Yeah.
Tom puts a proverb out there, and I usually go and see it.
You see those words like, I went to wherever and they didn't put enough potatoes in my potato and egg taco, and they post that on there, and everybody's like, my favorite, the one line you always see on that is, it's been going downhill since, and then they go into their spill. And it's like, and I always post on there, did you happen to tell the manager, or did you come here first?
I would have said, just bring it over here. I'll eat it.
No shit. There's starving people around this town.
No kidding. I'll eat the damn thing. Yeah. Anyways, man, I saw a little bit of baseball last night. Just it's always I hate. It's not that I'm this guy and I root for the the best to kind of fall. It's not that. Like I'm so sick and tired of the Dodgers. I'm so sick and tired of people of teams in baseball buying their championships. I love small market clubs. You guys know this, or mid market clubs. As an Orioles fan, I want to see the little guys win. I love seeing when the Royals are up and roaring too. When they were getting their rings back in the day, it's fun to watch, right? It's fun to watch the little guys win. I don't know how little the Friars are these days. They got some studs on that roster too, but 11-1 shellacking of a club that buys every piece of that lineup is fun to watch. And I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer or a pessimist here. It's fun to watch the little guys beat the big guys.
That's why I'm, really, really excited that we have this NBA Finals.
I don't know if I should get the Nextdoor app. We have like the Ring app. My Ring app goes off. My Facebook app goes off and that was the worst part, was joining the Facebook community. That was the absolute worst thing to do. I should honestly.
I had it for a while, and it's just you want to talk about people out of control. I mean, it's like, hey, that one. And then when I saw them describe my car one time as somebody that ran a stop sign in a neighborhood, I'm like, okay, I don't need to be on here, because at some point I'm going to get pissed off and I want to go take a shit in somebody's yard when I read something about myself. So I got rid of that app. But yeah, that Nextdoor app, dude, if you get that is unhinged. There's a lot of people that don't get out of their own backyard in that one, Wags. But to kind of with that Mexico thing, I talked to a guy. It was like a live chatter like we have on our show last night. And he was talking about how bad Mexico is and whatever. And he's like, when I go down there, I'm like, well, what do you go down there for?
Yeah, what are you going down to Mexico for?
Yeah, when I go down there, and then he chats again.
Seriously though, what do people go to Mexico for?
Vacation. He's like, I go down there vacation.
Essentially what I was thinking about, right? You go to Cozumel, Acapulco.
Yeah. I'm like, so you like save your money to go down there, and it's a horrible place. Well, it's a different part. No, it's not a different part. So anyway, I don't know.
Is Acapulco still a spot in Mexico to go to?
I think so. Actually, here in the
I
next
remember a
couple
show
months,
called Acapulco Heat growing up, man. Oh God!
Here in a couple of months, Tracy and I are going to Cancun. We're going to Cancun.
I mean, I haven't been to Cozumel, Cancun, Acapulco. I haven't been to Mexico.
Oops, I don't know what I did there, Wags.
What did you do? Can you hear me?
What, you still there? Oh, what happened here?
Can you hear me? Am I not?
There we go. Sorry about that. I clicked to find my mouse, and I guess I moved it. Sorry about that. But never been to Cancun, but been to a lot of other spots in Mexico. And yes, there are rough spots, but the vacation spots are great. So thank you for letting me rant about that, because that shit drives me crazy. Just like
all good. Hopefully you're able to one day go down to Mexico City and cover the race one day.
It was like when NASCAR went to Chicago.
Who's the favorite?
Down there,
Norris. I'm sure it's NASCAR. It's not F1. NASCAR.
Yeah, I would think Shane Van Gisbergen, the dude from Australia, is probably going to be he's the road course guy. I'm assuming that's going to be the favorite.
What I was going to ask too. This isn't oval course. This is road course, right?
This is a 19-turn road course.
See,
Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez.
hey, is Boris Saad gonna be racing?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be there. He
Is
probably
he?
won't be.
Okay.
He'll be
Whenever
holding
there's a
down,
road race, Boris Saad's gonna be.
he'll be holding down the cabana. Is about what
Oh
he
yeah,
does now,
oh
man.
yeah.
But
He'll be the gatekeeper.
it will be quite the contender for Daniel Suarez. It's going to be a great weekend for Daniel Suarez. He's driving.
Oh yeah.
That. So if he won that, it would be really cool. But yeah, so there's that. Well, when they were going to Chicago, people were going to have rifles on top of buildings shooting at the cars. That didn't happen either. So I think everything's going to
again. I love having conversations with people that don't leave their backyard.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Where do you want to go next, bud?
Saw some.
I could talk a little bit about the Orioles. I watched the Orioles yesterday too.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's the bats are starting to come alive, but when you have a team that's engineered and manufactured and kind of put together off of lumber, you got to have your best hitter hitting over 220, right? And that's Adley Rutschman. Adley Rutschman's been on the doormat, honestly, for the better portion of this season, all around 200. Now it's starting to get up just a little bit. The bat is starting to wake up, but still, Rodney, we go back to the same problem over and over. I mean, even when the Orioles put 4 runs up on the board, they allow 5 to 6. So
yeah.
it's pick your poison, right? And some nights they come away with it, and most nights though they falter because they don't have the arms.
Yeah. Well,
it's just frustrating. It's very frustrating, man, because I feel like the Orioles were right there. I mean, like just a move or two away, right? And then you don't address. This is what happens when you don't address the offseason here. Not only do you address, you fail to address what's on the bump, but you also allow some of your key components, your key cogs that were in the lineup that protected a lot of your major hitters in that lineup, right? Which allowed them to get 30 home runs and bat, close to 280 or to 300. You had protection in the lineup, right? You had people that, this guy's not really an average guy, but he can jack up, 35 to 40 home runs. That's Tony Santander, man. It's shitty to watch is what it is. But
and now
it's when you're right there and you just don't have the stones to pull the trigger and get both the pieces and bring home the hardware. That's what differentiates the championship organizations, the championship front offices from the mediocre front offices. And it looks like Baltimore still has a mediocre front office.
Well, and now you're 14 games back. I mean, essentially it's a lost cause. I mean, you're not going to make a run in that division. I mean, that's, it's funny that we're talking about the Dodgers and so forth, but when you really look at the standings, because everything's kind of calm right now, the Astros find themselves 4 games up in the division and so forth. But when you look at the Dodgers division, I mean, then with San Francisco's been, I mean, they're a half game back, and that's where with what the Dodgers are doing, I mean, a half game back, the Padres are 1 game back. I mean, that's pretty good little division race that you got going on right there in the NL. The Dodgers are that good.
100%. I want to address some comments to John with Ben McDonald was a beast of an Oriole. Yeah, he was fantastic. We used to call him the alligator wrestler, him coming from LSU. But also what's so great about Ben McDonald now is that he stays in the organization, like he stays relevant in the organization. He gives back to Orioles greeting stuff and LSU greeting days and stuff like that. Like he's in both programs, man. And when you buy into Ben, he buys into you. Like that's the thing. And no person's too small to interact with. I mean, I don't know if you've ever engaged with Ben McDonald on Twitter, but he'll have a conversation with you. He'll cut it up with you, man, especially about baseball. He's just a fan of the game, and he seems to be a fan of people too. Seems to be good people. So yeah, great comment, John. He was a beast of an Oriole. He's a beast of a person too here. And yeah, Jake, I don't know what the Giants are doing here. Yeah. They do seem to be in a run for it. My only guess is they're trying to sell high and get something back for him right now. And maybe they're going to try and I would think that they'd have to supplement and piece something together with their bullpen to make up for just the innings that Verlander eats, right? Like Verlander usually, I say that, but he's been dialing
home,
up.
JV. Come on back, buddy.
Yeah, come on back. You're welcoming him back. I would welcome him in Baltimore easily in a heartbeat.
We've done this
maybe that's
before.
what the Giants are doing. The Giants are starting to capitalize on an old arm that's held up pretty well, and they're trying to get the most of it. That's what I would do. I don't expect JV's not coming back there. So if you can ship him and get something, why not? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have heard that a little back and forth that it is that maybe even JV himself is thinking, I think I'll probably end up back in Houston again. So I don't know. It definitely would
around the turn, usually
right around the turn. Yep, because that's when he can kind of make that surge for them. Speaking of baseball, no better way to watch your baseball than audiovisual consultations. Our man Tom McKay, since 1988, those folks have been doing it the right way. They can get your home theater set up, your Sonos surround system, whatever you're looking for. Not a better time than baseball season. How about AV consultations during the baseball season?
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll glove our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
I don't know. I got to tell you, that's pretty good jokes right there. Pitch, please.
For puns galore, that's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Friends, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you need to call Hurricane Hecht. We've been talking about our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, here for the last week and a half. He is your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. Injured on the job, injured in a car accident, random dog bite incident, anything that causes personal injury. You need to call our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. You see these guys on TV standing on top of cars, standing in junkyards, yielding 2x4s and making all of these goofy videos and all of these different things. You're not going to get to deal with them. You're going to deal with an intern or an admin or something like that. You're never going to deal with that TV star. This isn't a TV star we're talking about here with Hurricane Hecht. We're talking about a personal injury attorney. And here's the other part. You don't pay unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets you the money in your pocket. He's aggressive in court, but when it comes to dealing with the client, he knows what you're going through. He's going to fight like hell to get you what you deserve. And the other part about it is you're not going to be bullied around by these big insurance companies. When something goes wrong, that insurance company is going to be all over you. Hey, going to try to get you on the phone, going to try to have a conversation. Here's what we're going to give you. Here's what we're going to give you. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is going to get in there. He's going to be aggressive, and he's going to get you what you deserve. We talk about him here all the time. Ryan is the real deal, smart, tough, and relentless. Check him out today. Call today, 512-938-8929. You can also email at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. The hurricane is coming.
Got a dog bite.
Got a dog bite. I struggle with that one a little bit because it's like, well, poor puppy. The person probably did something wrong. No, I'm just kidding. No, but if you do get a dog bite.
Well, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
Nobody's gonna let their dog off the leash. You ain't gonna get bit by a dog. If you are, call Ryan. But yeah, I think you're gonna be all right.
Yeah, you let your dog off the leash and go bite somebody. Hurricane Hecht needs to get your ass because shouldn't
need to worry about a dog.
Yeah, that's right.
Your ass.
That's right. Hey, Wags, we got NBA finals tonight.
You need to worry about a dog. You need to worry about me getting your ass.
Hey, fool! He got to start doing like Mr. T. Fool.
It wasn't Mr. T. It was it was John Witherspoon or no, it's not John Witherspoon. I can't fucking think right now. My head's killing. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, it was Friday. I can't think of the actor's name though. We had him in the studio. We had him on the show. Can't think of his name.
Friday. His name was Friday?
No, the movie was Friday. I want to say
the movie was
I wanna
Friday.
say it was Witherspoon, John Witherspoon.
The only Friday I know is Joe Friday, but that outdates us all. Game 3 coming up, Wags, NBA. But the other thing that I wanted to get your thoughts on with the Knicks coaching search that's going on, because they're this close.
I don't know. I don't know who their succession plan is going to be. I mean,
sounds like they want Jason Kidd. Sounds like they're going to try to get Jason Kidd.
That's the rumor, and that's the stuff that I'm seeing on the on the scoreboard here. But I don't think that. I mean, I don't know if that's the greatest fit. I don't know how I don't know how well he'll do with New York media. As a matter of usually, I feel like Jason Kidd was kind of, cool, calm, and collected with the Dallas media here, and I think he appreciates that type of demeanor, the in your face type of no nonsense that the New York media provides, and hell, even some of the antics, that they throw at you. That could run him raw, man. I don't know if he's actually a good fit there, and I don't know if anybody's a good fit in New York, honestly.
My only thought with Kidd is I know that Kidd was obviously not happy that the way the Luka deal went down. Just obviously losing him. I mean, that was going to piss him off. But remember, he was like one of the last ones that knew about it. So the whole deal was just a shit show, no matter how you look at it. So I don't know if he's going to still.
If Doyle's going to give him, key card access 20 and let him in on everything, then sure, that might be a good fit. Maybe it's a better relationship, honestly. So,
and I think that's probably something where he has that leverage, because it kind of is a shamble over there right now, just with the way everything went this season. If New York does come calling to where he's going to be able to leverage himself and make himself more vital to the organization, because look, you've got Cooper Flagg. So, what direction are you going to go here? So I ultimately think he hangs around. I think he hangs around Dallas. The Knicks, I don't know. I see Jake saying Mike Malone. That's kind of where I've been leaning since all of this went down. Mike
Malone's a decent fit for me.
Yeah.
I thought maybe too they bring in Jason Kidd just because of how defensively the Knicks have been. I say that because that's just the way that Tibbs kind of runs his squads, right? And it's usually mass defense, and mass minutes, right? And the points that you can get off of high pressure turnovers, usually that attests to Tibbs' his philosophy, or his basketball philosophy, his approach. I'm thinking maybe they bring in Jason Kidd just because it's a change of pace. You get more offensive acumen to the game, and less stress on defense. But honestly, I think that plays well for New York. I think that's what kept New York in it, is the fact that they had people like Hart that could play the type of ball that Tibbs requires, right? And then when people were collapsed, Cat to me, Cat was the reason why they were doing so well, winning in mismatches, right?
Yeah.
And then of course when you collapse on that, we talk about this, Rodney. Brunson's one hell of a player. He don't need much space, but when he's got space, it's usually a dagger, right? Clutch player of the year. We mentioned that time and time on the show. Jason Kidd might be the right route. I think Malone's ultimately going to be the guy that's penciled in there. Other people have come to mind, but I think Kidd, in my opinion, would be a decent way to go if you're trying to go counter off of the defense that you had. But yeah, Malone makes sense. The one thing that don't make sense is why Malone is out of a job. So again, I still don't know what was going on in Denver.
He should have the job that he just had, and with the I think Denver's kind of a knee-jerk response to let the interim guy become the head coach already. I mean, you had the change right there, and you had the run right, but yeah, I think how's that going to work out? But yeah, that's a real question. Mike Malone shouldn't be an analyst right now. He should still have his other job. And the Giannis thing comes up again, where Giannis is kind of that other key. Yeah. How does that factor in? I mean, you want to bring somebody in that's going to help you, but Giannis is hitting around about staying in Milwaukee.
Does Giannis make you a championship contender immediately?
This is where it goes back to, I think, who's orchestrating.
If Giannis goes to Washington, is Washington a championship contender?
I don't think so.
I don't either. But but like I'm so tired of hearing, no matter where he goes, they're in a championship. That's bullshit. right? Like seriously, like you don't watch the Wizards. I watch the Wizards. I know how bad the Wizards are. Okay.
Yeah. If he goes to the Knicks, let's say he goes to, let's say Jason Kidd becomes a coach. He goes to the
they
Knicks.
got to get rid of for that though?
Yes. That's the question. That's with all the back and forth. X is going crazy last night. Even Kevin Durant getting involved about this whole thing where apparently Durant wants to go to San Antonio.
Kevin Durant's usually the first one involved, right?
Yeah. Kevin Durant wants to go to San Antonio. And who wouldn't? I mean, who wouldn't at this point, to kind of be a cog in the wheel right there. And there's that there. Is that going to make them a championship contender? Maybe, but what do you have to give up? And I've seen where Vassell, all these different guys that you'd have to get out the door to get him in there. But for New York, if you bring in Giannis, I think with Jason Kidd as the head coach, I think that makes you a championship contender because you're pretty close already. But it is. I mean, he's not going to go. He can't go to random, you name the team and make him a contender. I mean,
he needs pieces to work. He needs his Robins, right? Like every Batman needs a Robin. Like it just, especially when most teams are orchestrated with a big three to kind of lead them. One person can't be taken on the entire city.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
Look, Wags, if that were the case, the Bucks would be playing right now. And they're not. So. He's the biggest puzzle piece as to who's going to get moved.
Yeah, and that's just it too, guys. I see what you guys are saying on the chat channel here. You guys are mentioning a lot of things about Cat. Cat played fantastic. He absolutely did. But again, like Cat's 1 year in the post or his calloused play in the postseason this year isn't enough for me to make him the return on investment that I need to move Giannis. That's just not happening. Like I'm with everybody here in this chat channel. If they try and make Karl Anthony Towns the centerpiece of the trade, we're not even getting a conversation into the next day, into the second day. It's stalling.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. But the New York, yes, they are very close. But I think this is going to be a huge move right here because either you're going to be able to vault yourself to that next level or you're going to go the horrible way. I mean, it's all how you're going to build this. So I don't know, man. But Giannis to New York, that would move the needle.
Tickets. It would put a lot of asses in seats. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we got a game tonight too, though. Game 3, and we have a 5.5 point advantage for the Thunder in Indianapolis. You think this happens?
I think seriously, Wags, to me, that last game was one of those where I think Indiana was like, look, like I said the other day, look, we have this thing even. I think we have a little bit of course, it's never, we're not going to try if we don't win, whatever.
No, but I get what you're saying. They're on house money. They took a game from Oklahoma.
And I think I think that's kind of what that was, because what Indiana's done well is they've been able to penetrate into that stifling Oklahoma City defense. Didn't really see any shades of that in the last game. I think tonight is where you see tonight you see a maximum effort from Indiana, I think. And this could be one where what is it? 5? Is that what you said? 5?
5.5.
5.5. I think Indiana covers tonight. I think it wins outright. I think Indiana wins outright tonight. I think this could be where you see Oklahoma City kind of take a little bit of a step back.
Again, I don't think Indiana covers, but I do think they win. I think this comes down to free throws. I think no dribble out will be happening here tonight. Calling maybe 2.5, 3. I'm going to shave down 2 here.
Yeah. Do you think this is another Oklahoma City bolts out, Indiana comes back? Is it going to be typical Indiana?
I mean, it's a game of runs. I think that's going to I don't know if there will be a 20-point differential there, but I think, the lead could get as large as 10. I don't think either team's going to run away with this thing, and then we'll tighten up around the fourth quarter, around clutch time, and then that's when you'll start seeing, fouls, strategic fouls, defensive subs, and then ultimately, you have to know that Oklahoma City is going to be getting to the free throw line in the fourth quarter. Like that's where they essentially live. That's their second home. I would like to think that that's how it's going to finish out and play out. maybe some late game heroics. I don't see Indianapolis coming back from behind in this, and maybe I'm just giving them the love because they're in their hometown. But again, it's not 5.5. I'm shaving it down a little bit here. Tighter ball game than that. I think maybe free throw or two is the differential of this.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see it. I do think, like John mentions right there, I mean, I hate to use that word must win, but I think it would be a really good win for Indiana to win tonight. I think if you go and you drop the first one at home, the series is obviously not going to be over. There's lots of basketball to be
I know
played.
what you're saying. I kind of feel that way with the Florida, with the Florida and Edmonton series. Like if Edmonton can't get at least one here in Florida, it's kind of over, right?
Yeah. It's you can call it momentum, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Just kind of the way that sports
just
work.
a better team. Oklahoma City's the better team. I'm not counting out Indiana. Like they play excellent team basketball. They got one of the best coaches in the league, in the association. So you absolutely can't count them out. But yeah, I think they need both in Indiana if they want to keep this series going to 7. I do think Oklahoma is too good for that. However, the counterpoint to all of it is that they were able to come out and play as poorly as they did in game 1. They were still able to steal it. So
that's the other part about it, man, where you can't really count them out of this, and to a certain extent as well, kind of with Edmonton, you can never really say that they are out. But, in the last 2 games that we saw with Edmonton and with Indiana, it was like, okay, they were clearly beat, but you never really can. And I think that's what's keeping both of these series pretty damn intriguing, is that you can never really throw the towel in on either one of those teams, no matter how it's going.
Real quick, I know this isn't on the – are you watching any WNBA?
I'm just watching I'm watching kind of
Are you watching –
I had it on a little bit last night. I've been watching more of the Angel Reese thing, how they got beat by Indiana without Caitlin Clark and all that.
That's where I'm like, even though Caitlin Clark's not playing,
yeah,
I think which is coincidentally wild. I think I'm now watching the WNBA for Angel Reese's falter, right?
She can't hit a layup, can she?
She was on point last night. She had she still missed most of her shots, but she was leading scorer, leading rebounder, obviously, with the rebounds. But yeah, she actually got in the assist game last night too. Just an anomaly of a night last night. But yeah, it's funny that 3 years ago, you would never catch me watching a WNBA game. It wasn't there. Like, I know that there was talented players in the league at that point. The marketing wasn't there.
Right.
Now that the marketing's there, I'm driven to it, right? And I'm driven to this soap opera between Angel Reese and or what the WNBA is trying to make of Angel Reese. Because let's be completely transparent. She's garbage. She's dog shit. In terms of a basketball player, she is not good. She walks almost every time she touches the ball. She walks more than Patrick Ewing. No disrespect, Sal, but Patrick Ewing's best move was a walk. She walks more than Patrick Ewing. And again, doesn't play that great of team basketball. That's why the shock with the assists was so much of an enlightenment or an epiphany rather, and an eyebrow raiser last night, is because usually there will be someone open and she's got 4 ladies on her and she doesn't pass to an outlet. She usually just tries to force up an awful shot, off balance shot, walks during the shot selection, and yet the refs still don't call anything on her. I'm not trying to harp too bad on the WNBA, but clearly there is a major bias in the WNBA. It's almost to the point where everyone is making it laughable now.
And the whole thing is like this whole Angel Caitlin rivalry. It's a rivalry to Angel. I mean, Angel's the one that's
because it has to be a rivalry to Angel. Like Caitlin doesn't need this shit.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark's like, oh shucks. Yeah, but like the game on Sunday, where Angel Reese comes rolling up, and man, this girl's dressed to the T. She had that leather coat on. Did you see all that high heels?
Put up 4 points.
4 points. 4 points. And then she's out there walking, like you said, she does. She walks, it seems like every drive, there's Caitlin and Sophie Cunningham over there. Hey, she's walking. Yeah, so it's like,
hold on. Do I thrive on negativity, Jake? I don't think I do. I don't think I do that. Do I?
It's one of those things.
I don't glow in people's misery. I don't think I do.
It's one thing where Indiana is going to be the most popular team because obviously with Caitlin Clark, I mean the Caitlin Clark effect. But then when you have Lexi Hull and then you have Sophie Cunningham, I mean that's going to get dudes to watch. You look at all the marketing, it's those three, and like you said, Caitlin, Cunningham's not even playing
a little bit
now.
more than just that.
No, yeah, I mean
that's what you're seeing.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I'm a red-blooded American male. I mean, that's going to catch my attention. You know, I was going on and on last week about the OU pitcher, and now she's in the pro league. And hell, I watched that game on Tuesday night.
I know she's pretty good too. She can shoot from the logo. She can hit us. I mean, she was dabbing it up last night too. So yeah, Sabrina, there's some talented. There's some talented ladies in the league right now.
I will tell you what I do like about the WNBA. I mean, what I do enjoy about watching it is that you do see a lot more of the ball movement. They're moving the ball around. They pass the ball a lot.
There's more fundamental basketball in the WNBA.
More fundamental. They're trying to find the best shot. It's not the whole get right down the court and heave up the whatever.
They're trying. Everyone but Angel Reese is trying to find the best shot.
Everyone, exactly, and that's even more frustrating because I think for her, because Caitlin Clark is so on point with her shots. So I mean, it really is where it's like, yeah,
just Rodney, Patrick. Anyone else get a semi-chub when watching WNBA?
I think just Patrick does too. I think
just you and Double R. You guys are two peas in a pod.
That's
Where
right.
Where you want to go next, dude?
Let's go to Bee Cave. Just cover Bee Cave has got to be like, these guys have the best segues for us. Here's yet another one. Here's our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Had a friend reach out to me last night. He was like, what's that? Where do I go to get those softball championship shirts you were talking about? That's Sue Patrick, friends. That is Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Go get them. They have them in stock right there. Go check out our man, Jay, the national championship t-shirts for Texas softball and plenty of Longhorn apparel there. Also got to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes, enjoying the delights of our master bathroom like Wags is talking about. Wags is going to need to call Mike McCall here at some point, because with the pool coming in, he's probably going to want to do talking about the cabana, talking about doing all the different things right there. McCall Custom Homes is who you want to get a hold of, whether it's a home remodel, a new build, home renovation, addition, whatever it is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. Call or text Mike at 512-633-9580. Don't do it late. They got a baby. So you'll get a free estimate if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. And I'm here to tell you guys, it is so cool to watch these folks come in because the trades are exceptional. They come in and they tell you step by step, here's what we're doing today. Today, we're going to come to your property at X time, and they're going to show up on time. And during that time, we're going to do this, this, and this. And you go and you look after they're done, and that's exactly what they did. On time, timely, and when they're done, your project looks exceptional. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners. Check them out today. McCall Custom Homes. For over 40 years, we build value into your home. Good stuff right there.
Everybody's, Longhorn Bears got a good question. How the blank do you get a concussion in the WNBA? One way is by Dejanay Carrington. Like usually if you're playing against her, she's going to yank your hair and pull you down. I'm kidding. That's the one incident that happened a couple of weeks ago or a couple of games ago. Carrington yanked the hair. I forget the Hooper's hair that she pulled, but went by her and just absolutely yanked her hair and pulled her to the ground. It wasn't even called a flagrant foul. It was called a common foul. You guys go back and look at it and tell me what you think. It was definitely a flagrant foul in my book. When you grab somebody's ponytail and try and break their neck and jerk them down without even going for the ball. Yeah, I would say flagrant 2, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
There's some weird rules and weird biases in the WNBA from what I'm seeing, though. Like, and that's where I'm at here. Like, I've watched a lot more WNBA this season than I ever have in my life, and I have concerns, honestly, on what I'm seeing. Just there's more violence in the WNBA than there is in some Ultimate Fighting leagues or whatever. I'm embellishing a little bit there, but that's how much violent or just non-basketball plays that are happening in the WNBA.
Well, and it's
almost seeming like targeting, as a matter of fact.
And it's
vicious. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, challenge yourself and watch it. Watch the WNBA a couple of nights and see if you see what I'm seeing.
And it's pretty vicious. I mean, when you see some of the stuff, like, again, Angel Reese, not to just pick on her, but she's kind of the most, calling.
She's a culprit. She's one of them.
Yeah, name calling and
very dirty. That's just it. There's a lot of Detroit Pistons 80s basketball being played in the WNBA right now.
Absolutely. Coda text line yesterday. Reese pushed the guard yesterday to grab a rebound, and the commentators called it a veteran move. Yeah, it's a veteran move. It's 90s basketball, is what that was. It
veteran move. It's a foul.
Yeah.
Like there is so much bias right now for Angel Reese. So much.
It really is. It's like,
and guys, I'm from Baltimore. I love myself some Baltimore people, right? Angel Reese is from Baltimore, but man, it's I can't defend it. It's bad. It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the ability, and again, this is a rivalry that's looking to be built.
It's not a rivalry. We got to stop calling it a rivalry. It's not a rivalry.
I mean, what it is. It sounds like a bitching match.
INSQ's the better rival to Caitlin Clark. She's a guard. She plays the same type of style. She no one has the range of Caitlin Clark, but I would say that she's more on point than anyone else in the league. Like, you're gonna tell me you're gonna not even mention Brianna Stewart as well. Like the Liberty, have the Liberty even lost? I don't even know if the Liberty's lost. I gotta check on that. But
yeah, we gotta.
There's Plume too. There's so many good ball players in the league that they're trying to compare Angel Reese to Caitlin Clark. It's a effing joke.
You know what? I just had a great idea. Since we've talked here about the WNBA today on Wednesday, we'll have our new segment. We'll have the W on W, WNBA on Wednesday segment.
Yeah,
that's sponsorable.
Maybe.
That's sponsorable. Lululemon. Come on, you can sponsor that. What's another brand?
You go ahead and make that pitch there, buddy.
Yeah, pitch. We talked some softball too.
Yes, we did. We did.
Yeah. No.
All right. Where else do you want to go, bud? Jake says I sleep. Yeah. Usually I sleep too, buddy. I sleep too, but I needed to entrench myself with some WNBA.
Lee Corso's last game will be Texas versus Ohio State. So it'll be game day there in Columbus. So quite possibly, I would think, Coach Corso will put the Longhorn head on as his last ever whatever that they call that. So that'll be cool, right?
Well, hopefully it's not a jinx. Hopefully it's not a jinx.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So there was that. Coach Prime, you see that? I'm a little worried about Coach Prime. Unspecified health issue that's going on with him. He's here in Texas somewhere dealing with a health.
Is it not his feet?
I mean, I don't know.
I thought something was going on with his feet.
Did he put him in his mouth or what?
No. Like I'm not joking. Like,
oh, okay.
Like he had like something with his toes where I want to. I'm could be completely off. I want to say amputated. Maybe some amputations that were happening. I don't know. I could be absolutely wrong.
Man, I don't know.
That's for some reason that is in the back of my mind on the back burner. I'll double check on this, but
yeah.
His feet, his feet have been messed up for years. Yeah, I want to say he's getting something done with his feet.
Yeah, well, you can. I mean, I could totally see how that would be the case with somebody like that. Man, amputation, man, that ain't. Ooh, man,
That ain't good, buddy. That
That-
ain't good.
that
Yeah,
is not-
amputation. I thought so. I know I wasn't just dreaming that. I thought I read that somewhere.
Oh, damn.
In a book.
Okay,
All right,
well,
bud. Anything else we got to get to before the guys come on?
I was already going to make jokes about he doesn't know how to coach without his son there, but okay, I'll take that back. Well, I guess I said it anyway. Your man J.K. Dobbins goes to Denver. Denver getting better and better. The West, AFC West.
That's a good landing spot.
Really
That is a really good landing spot for Dobbins. I loved him on the Chargers too, but it looked like you know they're trying to get younger. The Chargers are trying to get younger, but I mean Denver, everybody's trying to get younger. I get that, but Denver's got a little bit of some operating room for J.K. Dobbins to come in there and kind of maybe not be the lead toter, but he'll get probably 10 to 15 totes maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, I mean, look. I don't think J.K. Dobbins is going to be a huge fantasy impact there, but that could be a nice little sleeper there. We talked about 8th round sleepers.
Yeah.
Talking about Nick Chubb yesterday. J.K. Dobbins, same type of runner. They're battering rams, and they can also break one away after first contact. You want to take a late round flyer. I mean, now you got J.K. Dobbins out there that his value went up maybe just a little bit. I would think that they're going to have him implemented into that offense a little bit more than say a Nick Chubb would be at first portion of the season, right? Like in the first sprint of the season, you're probably going to see a little bit more mixing than Chubb, unless Chubb comes out and just has an outstanding camp and off season, right? Like that will be enough to convince Coach Ryan that Chubb can actually go. But I'm thinking along the same type of mindset with Denver and J.K. Dobbins, man. I think J.K. Dobbins could be an absolute wrecking ball in Denver's offense.
Yeah, man. And I really like what's going on there in Denver right now, where you go and you bring in a championship, pedigree coach, and you got to give a little bit of time right here. And that's exactly what they're doing. And they've got pieces in place, and it looks like they've got their franchise quarterback. So that division is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I think they're missing a third receiver.
Yeah.
And it's wild to say that you need 3 receivers in the modern game right now, but you kind of do. Like, look at Cincinnati, right? Like Cincinnati's got the trio, right? But they got their money jacked up in all of it, right? But Minnesota's got a nice little trio, nice little. I think did Treadwell just sign too? I'm not sure. I got to see if Treadwell is on there. But anyways, Minnesota is absolutely loaded with wide receiver talent, but all that money's not tied up into the wide receivers, right? It's tied up all over. It's spread throughout. It's sprinkled onto their defense. It's sprinkled onto their their offensive line, and their quarterback, of course, is going to get a nice little payday when JJ McCarthy does sign that docket. Look, if you can continue to do that, right, and build your team that way, you're going to have fantastic success. But ultimately, man, you kind of have to spread load that money, all throughout the rest of the team, or else you're going to be up in a situation like Cincinnati is. It's great to have good wide receivers, but you can't have all the money and payload going to the wide receivers, or else you won't be able to fund the team around them.
Yeah. The addition there of Evan Ingram, how does that help with the tight end position? That's kind of one of those guys that's burned me a lot of times in fantasy to where it's like
consider the program that he was coming from too, right? Like it hadn't all been there with Jacksonville. It's starting to get a little bit better in the past couple of seasons, but maybe this is a better home and a better landing spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some big receivers there. Big, tall.
Sure, length. Exactly, length.
And that defense, the Denver defense, is the one that I really
maybe that's a good point. Maybe Ingram gets implemented a little bit and utilized as the third receiver in that tight end position there, and
that underneath guy we always talk
or
about.
in goal line situation or red zone situations there. Everything else I like. I'm pretty sure Bo Nix is going to be able to carve it up. But yeah, I love the advent of J.K. Dobbins in Denver. I think that's great.
Yeah, that's a really good move right there for Denver. So let's watch that division because I think it's going to get a tad bit interesting. Again, friends, don't forget the U.S. Open game, and it was kind of at the last minute, and they tee off tomorrow. So be sure and check the YouTube description here, and be sure to go to our socials on the app. Get signed up, and you could win golf for 4 over at Lake Cliff. So we'll maybe break the U.S. Open down a little bit tomorrow. I see a lot of folks kind of going towards Bryson DeChambeau. Watched his presser yesterday, kind of talking about whatever. Kind of thinking about going to the Liv is coming to Dallas at the end of June. Kind of thinking about maybe going to spend a day there and kind of
drive up there, check it out.
Yeah. It seems like a good time. You can get on the grounds pretty cheap on Friday and get to hear there's music and all these different things that's going on. It's not your typical golf tournament. I think it'd be pretty cool. And it's not actually in Dallas. It's I forget where, one of the suburbs on the outside. So possibly something to look at there. But get signed up for that, and you could win golf for 4 at Lake Cliff. All of that.
Any other NFL news?
That's really about all that I saw this morning with all of that happening, other than mini camps being open. I saw it was a big to-do yesterday because number 8 trotted out onto the field for the
Pittsburgh
Steelers.
let's bring this soap opera to Pittsburgh now.
Here he comes. Bring him on out here. Yeah.
Did he get married? Somebody said he got married.
Yeah, the dude had on a black wedding ring, and so he went and spoke, and he's like, well, it's been a few busy months. I got married. Like, what? Dang.
Good for you, Rogers. Good for. Yeah, I didn't. After what was her name? Shanae Woodley or whatever.
Oh yeah.
After what she put out on social media, like it was the worst years of her life with Aaron Rodgers. I didn't think that dude would find a significant other after that. But there's two sides to every story. You know this, Rodney.
Well, even Danica Patrick in some of the recent times.
God, he dated Danica Patrick.
She's like, that was some of the most tumultuous period of my life was dealing with that dickweed.
Yeah, he comes off as a narcissist,
just a little bit, right?
It's the Aaron Rodgers show, is it not?
Yeah, he's got to be in control. It's like
of everything. He's got to have his finger on every damn thing.
Remember that Toby Keith song? I want to talk about me. That's Aaron Rodgers. I want to talk about me. Me. So we'll see how Mike Tomlin deals with that.
What else we need to get into? Anything else?
Shoot, I think we got it covered, man. Let's bring in our man Turbo. He's checking it out right there. I said Aaron Rodgers, and he was shaking his head. So
I was shaking my head, and I will always shake my head at the mention of Aaron Rodgers.
What's up, Will? What's going on, man? What do you guys got on the slate today?
Good man.
We've got a lot of changes in the Texas official visit schedule for this weekend and for the next weekend, and just a lot of general recruiting news. But until Jordan gets on, would love to spend some time shitting on Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, have at it, dude.
Go ahead.
That's what we like to do here.
There's no way this is gonna work.
What turns you off most about it? Do you just think different personalities between he and Tomlin? Like that's to me, that's the marriage that is not made in heaven, right? Like ultimately, we just got done talking about Aaron Rodgers has to have control and everything. Mike Tomlin seems like he's the same type of guy that likes to have control on a lot of things too, right? Sure, he'll acquiesce to his coordinators and everything, but how much leeway is he going to give Aaron Rodgers the ability to kind of wreck his, you have the entire season to go ahead and wreck my career where I've had a winning season every year? I don't know how much slack that he has on that leash until, and I might be absolutely nuts saying this, Turbo, but what happens if there's a chance like 6 or 7 weeks into the season and it is just you're struggling for wins? You're maybe looking at 2 or 3 wins here with at the helm of Aaron Rodgers. Am I crazy to think you turn it over and say, here, Will, go ahead, Mr. Howard, go ahead and see what we can work with here? That's an ultimate. That's a Tomlin move in my book. Like Tomlin is not above himself or too proud of himself to say, you know what, it ain't working with this guy. We've already seen the disaster that he can pull out. Let's see what the rookie can give us. Real quick.
I mean, think of what they did last year. Fields was playing well, not bad,
not terrible. Exactly, he wasn't playing terrible.
He was playing okay. He was playing run-of-the-mill, quarterback, and they were having, they were winning some games. Then they turned it over to Russ Wilson.
Yep.
They're going to make a move. These are two guys who have who I think have kind of similar personalities from what we can tell. They're not charismatic.
They're both alpha. They're both alpha males.
They're both alpha males, but they're not extremely, Rodgers especially is a guy that'll say 10% of the things that he's really meaning.
Oh,
and then he'll go on Pat McAfee every Tuesday to talk about it.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work. When he starts talking about Steelers stuff on Pat McAfee on a Tuesday afternoon, and
Tomlin's
watching,
Tomlin's going to text him immediately, hey, keep that shit in house.
And that's going to be a big Steelers thing now because Pat is a Steelers guy too.
Oh, sure.
So
he grew up loving the Steelers, right?
They're going to just break down the playbook every week, and Tomlin's going to hijack the show one week.
Yeah, and I think it is it's going to come down to, because I've seen a lot of folks mention this will be the end of Mike Tomlin's tenure in Pittsburgh. I tend to agree with that, but I think it's going to be Mike Tomlin saying, "I'm done.
I think so too.
I'm not doing this anymore." Last straw right here. You're done.
All right, boys.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Cool, like Voltron here. We're gonna take a little bit of a hiatus, and we'll see you guys. Well, hell, I'll see you guys in about an hour, I guess, and we'll turn everything off. But you guys have a great show, man. We'll be listening.
See you then.
See you later, boys.
Awesome. We'll see you. Well,
Lone Star
welcome
Playbook.
in. Or go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, a Lone Star Playbook here on a hump day. We came to you yesterday with a breakdown of Texas's past weekend and a preview of the coming weekend of official visits. Well, in the last 24 hours, we have seen a ton of changes to that list and been working around the clock to confirm all of those and figure out how many more we're going to get here. But Jordan, kind of a pretty, when we talked about it yesterday, there were going to be some changes. But this, this list for Friday through Sunday looks even more different than it did yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, there's always going to be changes during OV season. I hate it. But in the months of March and April, when there's nothing going on for us, hey, you write an OV story. This kid booked an OV, knowing damn well he probably is not going to make it to that OV. But that's part of the job. So that's that. Where do we want to start though for this? Jamarian Carlton.
I actually didn't want to start on official visit. Actually, let's start on Jamarian Carlton, and then we'll break up OB talk for a little bit to talk NIL go, because I think this is really interesting and something to know. But Jeremy, yeah, you've just take the reins on this.
Yeah. So he posted this morning, no longer officially visiting Texas A&M. A&M was set to host him Thursday through Sunday this weekend, but the visit is no longer happening. I will tell y'all what went down after he commits either on July 10th. I also think there's a chance he moves it up before then. But a very weird situation with A&M that kind of weak, to be honest. But I will break it down once we are able to. Nonetheless, we have a lot of confidence in Texas's chances. They knocked his official visit out of the park this past weekend, and going forward, it's, hey, they have to weather the storm that lies ahead. It's Baylor and Texas A&M. But we were much more worried about Texas A&M than Baylor. Baylor still has a shot. Like, this is a kid who could very much go to Baylor still. I want to make that clear. But very rarely does Texas beat out Baylor. I think I can count on one hand how many times I know that that's actually happened. And, it's been a kid that Texas wants. Jamarian Carlton is obviously a kid that Texas wants, one of their top targets. And, it's good news no matter which way you look at the A&M OV cancellation. Hit him up this morning to see if he's going to move his Baylor official visit up to this weekend, since he now is this weekend open, and waiting on a response back. So we'll see what happens, but still appears to be in line to commit on July 10th, but would not surprise us at all if he moves it up. And I mean, this is a great development. We've talked about a few players more on the show than we have Jamarian Carlton.
Maybe probably none. I think we've probably talked about him more than anyone.
Yeah, but just he has literally every single trait that the NFL looks for in, defensive linemen, edge rushers, whatever you want to call it. Verified 6'4.5". He played his junior season around 230 pounds. played his sophomore season around that same thing, and it's because he's a great basketball player, and he was playing AAU in addition to playing for his high school while also competing in track and field. Never got a real off season. It's a kid getting it out the mud in Temple, first person in his family to ever go to college. So for him, the weight gain was always going to be a big thing. The week leading into the OV, I'm talking to sources at Temple, trying to gather where's this thing headed going into the OV, and found out from someone on the Temple staff he's now at 259 pounds. So you round up, put 260 on his profile. That is huge. Like, that is huge for him because he's 6'4.5" with like an 85.5, 86-inch wingspan. It's over 7 feet. He has like 36.5-inch arms. Like, God reached down and blessed this dude, because these measurements, traits, and the data we have on this guy, it does not come. It's not this isn't a type of prospect you get every cycle. And I know he's the number 33 player in the country. He's not a top 10 prospect or anything like that, but a phenomenal player and would be an awesome get for Texas. It would also be the third cycle in a row that the top defensive trench prospect out of the state of Texas would commit to Texas if that's what he does. So something to note. He'd follow Colin Simmons and Lance Jackson in that line. And, I don't know if he's the same caliber as Colin Simmons. Colin Simmons is very easy to see that, he'd play year one. I don't know if Lance Jackson will have the impact that Colin Simmons will have. Think that is a bit unfair. And if Jermaine Carlton was to go to Texas, he is probably a longer burn than a Lance Jackson or a Colin Simmons. So just wanted to hit on the player a little bit. Absolutely love him. Elite hooper too, and he'd be a great get in Texas's class. But hey, do we before NIL go? Let's hit on this question real quick.
Yes, we have.
Have you seen Joseph Adai's son at Shadow Creek? We have. So I was hearing about him, I think in the spring, or I first saw or heard about him whenever Nebraska offered him, which I'm pretty sure was this spring.
Yes.
Matt Rule, he'll throw him out early. He knows what he's doing, right? And so sorry, I was reading a comment. Nathan, I'll get to that in a sec. But we were very excited to see him. We went out to Shadow Creek in May, both of us, to see Chris Stewart. They're a Prospect Factory. They have several other guys. So we were watching Adai a lot.
By Texas at receiver.
Sorry?
Aiden Starling, also a Texas offer receiver. So
yes, they're not offered him yet at the time. But with Adai, I mean, he was awesome at Under Armour Houston and was one of 4 2028 players there. So he was great. He's going to be a big-time prospect. I honestly think if you look at Shadow Creek's program top to bottom and ignore the fact that he's a 28, he's going to be their best prospect. And I think a bigger time or better prospect than Chris Stewart eventually. And also, fun fact, Will and I, we were talking to the head coach, Tyrone Green. And we were like, hey, coach, you got any more NFL legacies walking around here coming through here soon? And he said, actually, Brandon LaFell Jr. And we were like, what? And he's like, yeah, he's going to be a freshman next year. I coached his dad at Houston Lamar. Like, hey, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, there it is, Antoine. So Joseph Adai's son and Brandon LaFell's son are going to be at Shadow Creek playing together next year. Pretty cool. And then Nathan said the USC on 3 guys said Carlton told everyone he wanted to go to USC and they were his top school, but USC said he was not at take right now. Is that a cope? I mean, I don't – everything I've ever heard from people in Temple is that they don't think he leaves the state. You go and look at the kids that have come out of Temple, the Temple area, almost all of them stay in state if they have the chance to. Jared Wiley went to Texas, then TCU. Taquan Graham went to Texas. Quentin Johnson was a Texas commit that flipped to TCU. Micah Hudson went to Texas Tech, never really looked at the other schools. Selman Bridges chose Arkansas over TCU and Texas, 2 in-state schools. Javion Wilcox chose Baylor originally and then flipped to TCU. Almost everyone that comes out of Temple, if they have the chance to, if the opportunity to, they almost always stay in the state of Texas. And when I talk to people in Temple about that with Carlton in regards to LSU, in regards to USC, the feedback was always, no, we think he's staying in state. So I guess that's my response to that.
We had a tight end question. What was that?
So keep the questions coming.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep going. We've got a couple good ones here. Any word on Bowman or Prothro? Not worried per se about tight end recruiting, just curious. Mark Bowman in Texas is something that at this point we have nothing to talk about with. He has canceled his official visits. He's not planning on going anywhere other than USC. It's one, as we've talked about a lot on this show, that that USC class could be coming apart in October, November, or early December, whenever, if USC doesn't have a great season. I honestly think the mark to keep a class like that is probably 9 wins, and I don't think that's something that USC is capable of this year. But Mark Bowman is being paid the very large bucks, quite a few dollars to go to USC. They have already lost commitment for someone that they were planning on paying, and we're paying a good amount. I think it would be hard to see them, lose 2 commitments like that. And if they're going to keep someone in this class through the summer, if it comes down to money, I think they're going to make sure that no one outbids them, close to signing day. As for Texas, Keave Brown is the only tight end that seems like a sure get at this point. Letting everyone know I will be putting in a crystal ball today after speaking with a couple of people close to the situation and close to Keave. It seems like he is all good at Texas, that they are going to take his commitment once he comes up to campus next weekend. He has no other official visits scheduled. He was set to go to USC. USC has a couple other guys on their tight end board in addition to Mark Bowman, and they told Keave Brown that they will no longer be hosting him on an official visit. So Texas is the only one. He was going to see Boise State, but that was set for the weekend that he's now set for at Texas. So really, Texas has no one to beat anymore. They really just have to, make sure that this is a committable offer by the time he gets to campus. It is a little funny that a guy who basically has no tight end tape is only being offered by, only really has interest from Texas at this point. And I'm not actually, I shouldn't have said that. He does have interest from a lot of other schools. And I'm sure there will be more once he gets, some more tight end tape in the fall. But at this point, Texas is kind of the only school pushing for him. And that's a good thing when you're in a one-way recruiting battle in June.
There's at least like 2 to 3 crystal balls I put in each year where I don't know if the kid's silently committed. I don't know if he's actually going to go to Texas, but I do know pretty much no one else is recruiting.
No one else
at this
is
point because other spots filled up. So I'm going to throw in this prediction and let it ride, and usually it'll work. Like with Jonathan Cunningham last year, that crystal ball was like, all right, Texas never really recruited this kid until right before OVs. And there's only like 2 other linebackers that OV'd besides him and Bo Barnes. And we know Texas isn't getting those guys, and they need linebackers. Is this kid really going to go to TCU or Utah over Texas if he's a take? I doubt it. Doing the crystal ball, that was what it went off of. And it worked. I was, I think, the first and only person to put in a Jonathan Cunningham crystal ball. But always funny that it works out like that. It makes our jobs a lot easier once other spots fill up.
Yeah.
I agree with you with Caden Prothro. Very low shot for Texas. They're going to shoot for the fences, though. They have the last OV, so maybe that strategy is they know what all the NIL numbers are for the other schools by now. But as I've reported several times on the show, I was told at Under Armour Atlanta, Georgia was basically going to have like an uncapped budget for Caden Prothro. They will pay whatever it takes to get him. If he doesn't go to Georgia, it's because he's taking a pay cut. And I would only think they're doubling down on that notion since Mark Bowman didn't end up at Georgia. You know what I mean? So something there with Bowman. Awesome player, though. It is basically this outside receiver tight end. Wiener has testing data like an elite outside receiver. But where was this other one?
Talking about Paris Melvin, is he a cornerback take? From everything that we can tell, Paris Melvin is a true 3-way take. He is probably the best return specialist in the state, and at least provides the most upside there out of guys that are ranked pretty high. If you're going to get a bigger name guy,
Jermaine,
Jermaine, yes, but I think Jermaine,
he's in a category by himself.
Long term is not going to be a specialist. I think Paris Melvin could have a really good career as a return specialist at the college level. I think if that's what Jermaine ends up doing, it'd be a little bit of a disappointment, but he could end up being a guy that, really strives on all three sides. I'm talking about Jermaine. It could be the same thing with Paris. I'm not sure he really fits in this wide receiver class, and I'm not sure he really fits in the quarterback class. I think he is a true as swingy of a take as you can get, because he really can do a lot of different things for you. He can play receiver, he can play corner, he can be your return specialist, and he can play running back. He played a good amount of running back at Cy Springs the last few years. This is, when he got that offer about a month ago and we were on here talking about it, I said I was more excited about, him being involved with Texas than I have been with few other in-state prospects this cycle. I think there's a lot of excitement on what he could do at Texas. I think he's really dynamic. He's not going to be the highest rated guy you get in the class. He's not going to be anywhere close to it, but he is still a top 20 player in the state, and for good reason. You just look at the tape. He's everywhere on the field. We're hearing that Texas will get him on campus next weekend. So the last official visit, A&M has done a good job. I believe Ole Miss has done a good job, Arizona State and Baylor. So looking to get a little bit better of a hold on this. We knew the whole story, when that offer came through, but not much movement since then up until today. So hopefully talking about that tomorrow. Jordan, are you ready? Actually, I wanted to do something real quick because I feel like we used to get a screenshot all the time of the top 10 players in the state of Texas going to Alabama and Ohio State. This year, we have a pretty huge shift. This has been gradual, but we're talking about 90% of the top 20 in the state, staying within. Just go down the list here. Keyshawn Henderson will be staying within the state. He'll be going to U of H. He shut down his recruitment. Felix Ojo will be going to Texas, very likely. Jermaine Bishop is a Texas commit. Jamarican Carlton will very likely be at Texas. KJ Edwards will very likely be at Texas, although LSU reportedly knocked that official visit out of the park. But KJ Edwards has made it pretty clear that he's not leaving the state. Tredarian Bell has been an Oregon commit for a year now, and that's not going to change anytime soon. John Turntine, Texas or A&M, or one of the other schools that's kind of come on late in this recruitment. Jalen Lott, Texas, Oregon, USC. So I would say Texas probably got a 45% chance there. Jamon Winfield at USC, and Zion Robinson will be out of state. So, I guess 7 out of the top 10 probably out of state. At best, 8. Jamon Winfield, we never know what could happen. We already talked about how that USC class could come crashing down midway through the season. But a nice little change after all those years of Alabama and Ohio State and Oklahoma and USC getting the top players from the Lone Star State. It's not the same anymore. And if A&M puts together another good year, I think next year we're seeing at least 9 of the top 10 and 18 of the top 20.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is very interesting. And you look at the list. I'm just going to put it on the screen so it's easier for viewers, I guess, to follow along. Keyshawn Henderson's going to sign with A&M. Would be very surprised if Felix Ojo doesn't sign with Texas.
Keyshawn Henderson's going to sign with U of H. Yes.
That's what I said, right?
You said A&M.
Oh, my bad. I meant with U of H. Ojo is going to sign with Texas. Jermaine with Texas. Jamarican Carlton expected to be Texas. KJ Edwards expected to be Texas. That's 4 of the top 5, right? And UH, commit Keyshawn Henderson, very unique situation. They'll be very lucky if this ever happens again for them. Tredarian Ball, probably going to sign with Oregon. John Turntine, that'll be A&M or Texas. Hearing a lot of A&M buzz coming out of this past weekend. Jalen Lott, that's Texas, Oregon, and USC. Jamon Winfield, honestly, probably going to sign with USC. That's what I think happens. I think they'll be good enough, competitive enough. and the money isn't going anywhere either. So I'm kind of expecting him to sign with USC. And then Zion Robinson, who the hell knows? But, man, them getting potentially the number 2 through 5 prospect in the state of Texas, and of the top 10, A&M only, like, the only guy on this list I think they really can get is John Turntine. And that would mean they went 1 of 10, or they might get Boobie Feaster. They're not getting
2 of 15. Yeah.
They're not getting KJ Ford, right? They have Jonathan Haddon. So at best, they're getting 2, maybe 3 of the top 18. And
at best, they're getting 4 of the top 20.
Yeah.
Because Paris Melvin is in there too. But yeah, 4 of the top 20 when Texas is getting 2 through 5, very likely. And honestly, probably none of those guys 11 through 19. But you know,
but and like for me, I wrote this story after spring ball thoughts after spending 2 weeks on the road. Originally, it was supposed to be 10 thoughts, ended up being 9, and 9 thoughts would look like a weird title, so I just said thoughts. But the 10th thought was that, like, it is clear as day who the flagship program is in the state of Texas. When you're out at these schools talking to these high school coaches, talking to these parents, these kids, these trainers, or whatnot, it is clear as day that Texas is that program right now. And I didn't want to report it because one day, if I'm potentially a national writer, like analyst covering the national region instead of a school, I don't want the A&M fan base, on my ass for that, because that is what has happened to Mike Roach in the past due to things he wrote about A&M like 5 years ago. They're still mad at him about that. But it is very clear kids are much more willing to wait for a Texas offer than an A&M offer. Part of that, too, is the fact that Texas is offering a lot less kids than A&M. But great time to be a Texas fan. Real quick, going to go through these comments. Antoine said, my nephews are at Crawford, and they played for Fort Bend Seahawks with or against all those guys. Antoine, Fort Bend Crawford has one of my favorite receiver prospects in the country, Alvin Mosley. He's going to be big time. Absolutely love that kid. One of my thoughts in the story I just showed is actually what does this say? It says there's a sleeping giant in South Houston, and then I talk about Alvin Mosley. So love him. Love these DB names too. Terrell Brown holding it down for the Niners as well. Okay, I didn't know all those guys play together. It makes sense though. KK, I feel like, has been at Fort Bend Marshall for 10 years because he was getting recruited as like a freshman. And then Greedy James is a very interesting kid. Always heard great things about him. He's been great in 7-on-7. But the one Manville game I attended when they played Galatzan ball, he barely played. I don't know if that's Manville coaches being weird and only playing seniors or what, but with what I've heard about him, he's better off on the field than not on there. So, again, don't know if that was the Manville staff. I don't know those guys. Man, y'all have some great names in here. Michael Thompson. Will, what do you know about Michael Thompson?
Not much.
Not much. He's one of the GOATs. Man, where's the Holton Hill? I think I saw Holton Hill. Holton Hill, if he stayed off the weed, could have been – he was one of the best corners for a small stretch in college football. Couldn't stay off the weed. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Shout out Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward, also a Texan.
Yeah, but was a Niner before that. They kind of did him dirty. I don't know. A lot of good names, but man, Darquez Denard bust. I have not heard about that dude forever.
I forgot about him.
I've not heard about him in forever. Aqib Talib. Man.
We've heard about him.
Abu Kamara.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska GOAT, Will.
Yeah.
But hey, we can get into the NIL Go stuff.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Let's talk a little NIL Go. So NIL Go, if this is a term that we're throwing out that you are unfamiliar with and just sounds like random words put together, you're not mistaken. This NIL Go thing has come together in the last couple months. It's the clearinghouse process through Deloitte, and we have the how this goes. So I'm going to put this up here. It's actually a post from Oklahoma Compliance. They have the best breakdown of it. Let's see if we can get it up here. So this is NIL Go. NIL Go is, like I said, the process to get your deals, confirmed and verified. So these athletes are going to sign into this, this platform. They're going to put their account in with their eligibility number and all of their school information. They're going to have the representatives. And then what's going to happen is they are going to confirm the payer. So whoever is, initiating the deal, that person, they put in how much they're going to be paid as well. They put the deals, the terms of the contract in. And then Deloitte decides if that's a fair market value. This is going to be, first of all, this is going to create dozens of lawsuits, I think, within the first week. Because a clear market value for something that has to do with name, image, and likeness is maybe the most objective thing ever. You are worth to an employer or to a business what they believe your worth is. It's not, what the NCAA or what Deloitte thinks your worth is. Because a small company may think, they may be paying you 5 figures because they think, the attention that they're going to bring to your business is going to be, bring an increase. And I think the issue or the presumed issue is that Deloitte will not realize that and will kind of overlook some of these deals and just deny them or recommend that the player be paid less. So this is going to be not good. I'll say that. It's from what I've seen over the last 48 hours, it doesn't seem like this is very well put together. It seems like athletes are going to be scrambling starting today. Yeah, today is the 11th. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the reaction to this is by about 6 p.m. tonight. Because first of all, the plus side's probably going to crash, getting thousands of deals going in on one day. If the deals were initiated before June 7th, they have to be in by today, which is just ridiculous because some of these guys, some of the athletes, regardless of sport, have dozens of endorsement deals and NIL offers. So it's going to be a mess today. Probably something that we'll be able to talk about tomorrow too. But just kind of wanted to break down how this process goes so you get an insight into.
I sent you some tweets. Ross Dellinger, I still don't know what it is, posted the back end of what it looks like on Deloitte. Yeah, you might want to be careful showing those messages. But
we're gonna stop sharing for a second.
Yeah. But yeah, so all right, I don't know. I get it from the NCAA's perspective, but like, man, I'll tell you what, if I'm a booster at Texas that has FU money and I've helped fund the collective, and now I got to jump through all these hoops, I'm handing out McDonald's bags of cash at junior day. Like, what are we talking about? It's untaxed too, especially with all this BS. They got to clear it. Like,
I do think that we'll see it. I think it's coming back. I think under the table payments are coming back, and I think it's going to be a little bit interesting. And the NCAA will realize at some point and realize that it's going to be very hard to govern when they see that some of the top players in the country are being paid less than, maybe a third string at Texas Tech. Like, that's just how it's going to end up being. There are going to be some guys that get under the table payments. There are going to be some guys that get bags. Are those players that are currently in college football? Maybe not, because they already have deals in place. But I think for high school recruiting, I think we're going back to the golden days, Jordan.
I was thinking, what if like Jonah Williams, for example, right? True freshman at Texas. What if, and I would suggest Jonah Williams doesn't do this, but what if Covert B Cave is like, hey, Jonah, we want to give you an NIL deal. We're going to give you, I don't even know if they have this car there, but we're going to give you a 2025 Ford Raptor truck, right? And Jonah goes to submit this thing to the clearinghouse, and it denies it. And they're like, nope. Can't do 2025, but you can do a 2024 regular F-150 or a 2018 Ford Raptor. Like, how is that going to work with the cars? How is this going to work with the amount of kids whose families have been moved to places like Walter Nolan's entire family when he went to A&M was moved to the Woodlands. They went to the Woodlands in the Houston area. His little brother did, and they moved. They lived there. DeAndre Moore's entire family moved from Los Angeles to Manor. He told me that like within the second week of him moving on campus. What was January 2023? How is that going to work nowadays? That's what I'm curious about, you know? So, thought that was interesting. And also, like, couldn't you kind of just find a loophole around this where...
Yes, you're always going to be able to find loopholes in this.
Oh, yeah.
Which one of them are legal or not, you know?
But, like, hey, hey, Texas booster, I'm Jonah Williams. There's nothing against the law if you just want to donate money to my mom. That doesn't have to go to a clearinghouse or whatever. And I'm just using Jonah as an example, but like, I don't know. This is better than what was before, but the early stages of this are not going to make it seem like that, if that makes sense. Just because it's going to be chaos. It's going to be chaos, but yeah. So where do we want to go from here? Back to OV previews, or
I think back to OV preview. Talk about some guys that we didn't hit on yesterday. Samuel Rosenborough is probably the one to talk about, as we've learned that he has moved up his official visit from next weekend to this coming weekend. Not sure if we have him on our updated list yet. But Samuel Rosenborough, yes, we do have him on there. Samuel Rosenborough, you know, top 247 interior offensive lineman from Clearwater, Florida. It's at this point seems like Florida State, A&M, and Texas. We haven't heard a ton on him. We know that Texas has been doing a really good job, and they have a family connection, or he has a family connection to Austin. His mother lives in Austin, and has for a while. He's lived, I believe, with his father in Florida for his high school career. 6'3", 285. He's got a lot of room to even grow more. We're back to got him at 6'4" now. And you know, he's great in the pass. He's great in the run. This is a pretty complete player. In terms of the offensive lineman Texas can get, I think he's more field ready than Zayden Krempin is. But I can only name one Texas interior lineman in the Steve Sarkisian era that's played significant snaps as a freshman, and that was Cole Hudson, and that was not, you know, by design, and wouldn't happen again, even if you got, you know, a top 10 interior offensive lineman in the country. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, you know, barring injuries. But Samuel Rosenborough would be a great addition to the Texas class, and some Florida flair, some more Florida flair I think they're looking for.
Yeah, would say with him too. He would be a swing take, so could play guard, could play tackle at Texas. If he ended up at Texas, what his position would be determined off of who else is in the rest of the class. So, like, let's say Texas gets Felix Ojo, but they don't get John Turntine, they don't get Malachi Lee, and, you know, they're looking at Samuel Rosenborough and Zayden Krempin. Samuel Rosenborough will be the one that they try out to tackle first before Krempin, because he's a swing take. So just thought that was worth bringing up. Other guys who are coming in this weekend. Ojo, the headliner, one of only two. This Pepsi ad is killing me. It's pissing me off. But one of only two O-linemen on campus this weekend. It's him and Zayden Krempin out of Prosper. With Ojo, canceled the OU visit, said he knows what he's doing. Yeah, that the world will know sooner than later. Don't really need to talk about him more. We talked about him a lot yesterday. And then there's Xavier Griffin out of Gainesville, Georgia, Bama, Florida State, Texas, Ohio State. That's the top four. He is committing like June 28th or 26th, something like that. It's right after OV's end. And it is expected to be Bama versus Georgia. Kid is originally from Alabama, grew up there, lived there, and then moved to Georgia later on. And his mother's a Crimson Tide alum. His grandpa, his mom's father, lives in Tuscaloosa, has always lived in Tuscaloosa. He grew up going to see his grandpa. So the Crimson Tide have a lot of buzz in this one. He's their number one linebacker target, just like he is for Texas. So that's who we're expecting it to come down to. And his last OV, I believe, is to Florida State, who I don't think anyone is really taking serious. So kind of Bama versus Georgia or Bama versus Texas with Ohio State on the periphery. They're much more in that than Florida State is. Jake Cruel, this is a very interesting one. I believe he's only been on campus once, and it was this spring. Has been a very big OU lean for the last few months. You know, Brent Venables just can't get enough of his white front seven guys. But big time OU lean there. Ohio State is also in it for him. Same with Florida. Don't really know where Texas stands right now, but I mean, if they end up with Jamarian Carlton and some other guys in the class, like Oklahoma can have a Jay Cruel. So interested to see what we get out of this weekend. And then there's Bryce Perry Wright, kind of an edge D-line tweener. Ranked as the number 32 prospect in the country. He's the last 5-star, number 2 defensive lineman, number 5 overall prospect in Georgia. Really, really fun, unique prospect. Kind of sawed off, 6'2", 250, but he has a +8 wingspan. He has arms that are north of 34 inches, and he has 10-inch hands. And he's also the cousin of Grady Jarrett, who, while he isn't 6'2", Grady Jarrett's 6 feet, they have very similar body types and measurements, and Grady Jarrett has played in the NFL for, I think, 12 years, and he's still playing. And Grady Jarrett went to Clemson, which has long been viewed as the leader for Bryce Perry Wright. So that leave you with that info. Also, fun fact, Ray Lewis is Perry Wright's Perry Wright's mother is Ray Lewis's niece. So he has some very interesting bloodlines connections. And again, he's a really fun player. This is a kid who has done the elite camp circuit. He gets invited to everything because he had like 20 offers as a freshman starting at Buford. And he has showed up to every single one of those camps still as a kid with 50 plus offers. Like he was at Under Armour Atlanta in February and had absolutely no business being there. But he was there because he played in the Adidas All-American Bowl in January. And he wanted to be the first player to get an invite to both the Adidas and Under Armour one and play in both games in back-to-back years. So with Bryce Perry Wright, really love the prospect, but kind of struggled to see him not going to Clemson. His top 4 is Clemson, Miami, Texas, and Texas A&M. And he is announcing a commitment on the 4th of July. And again, I know I've said it a bunch, but would be surprised if it's not Clemson. Jalen Lott out of Frisco Panther Creek. Texas legacy, longtime target, is ranked as an athlete, is being recruited as an athlete, but wants to play receiver. I think if he ends up at receiver, if he ends up at Texas, he's playing receiver. For him, heard from a source yesterday that USC and Oregon, a lot of buzz. Oregon has had a lot of buzz since they hosted him in the spring. It was in March. It was his first time up there. Never really heard of a kid going to Oregon and having a bad time. They crushed it on that unofficial. They've had a lot of steam since. It was kind of viewed as Texas versus Oregon. And then he went to USC this past weekend. And USC, they're a hot team. He would play receiver there for Lincoln Riley. He would be the headliner of that receiver class for USC's 26 class. And, hey, his sister also runs track at USC. So I know both of his parents played sports at Texas, but his sister's running track at USC. Would make traveling a little bit easier on the family. So that is notable. Very much expecting him to end up at USC, Oregon, or Texas. Texas is going to have a great OV this weekend, or he is not going to go there. Think that's kind of where this is at. He also is planning on announcing a commitment the 4th of July. But again, Texas will have to crush it this weekend because USC crushed it this past weekend, and he has Oregon as his last OV, the 20th through 22nd weekend. Jabari Mack, that's kind of been one that you covered for us. Anything on that
one? Not much as of late. I think this has just been one for at least the last month and a half where we just need to get him on the official visit. We just need to get him back on campus. It's been a few months. It's the second time he's been on since he's been an LSU commit. So Texas has had him on campus more than any other school other than LSU. I don't really think they were pushing for a true, flip. Not saying, hey, we want you to commit right now. We want you to flip right now. Let's just wait until you get it back on campus and you're with our guys for an entire weekend. So would be a phenomenal just a great add to this receiver class.
Yeah, and one thing too, like Jabari Mack becomes 10 times more important to Texas if Texas doesn't get Caden Finley.
Yeah.
Because Caden Finley's a kid they're going to recruit through the whistle no matter what. And based off what I've heard, I do think they have Finley slightly higher on the board than Mack. But they're both that big body outside receiver that's 6 foot, 200 pounds. They have the same height and weight. They're different types of players, but they both profile as that big outside receiver that Chris Jackson and Texas have been looking for quite a while, honestly. So, something to note there with him. I do think whoever Finley commits to on July 4th, that's who we'll sign with. He just strikes me as one of those kids. But Jabari Mack becomes a lot more important if Finley were to go to Notre Dame on the 4th of July, but think it's likely that's Texas on the 4th of July. Samari Matthews, this was another one that, you were kind of helping us out on covering this one for us. What's the latest here?
This is a three-way battle between Texas, South Carolina, and Florida State. He was already at Florida State. That visit went very well from what I heard. It was thought of as a South Carolina-Texas battle up until that FSU OV, because they did a great job. South Carolina is the last one, and they've been holding strong here. They get a very slight lean from me, but I do think that I'll feel different by Monday. After we talk to Samari Matthews and he says, man, I had a great time up there. So, one that I think comes down to the last two schools that have OVs. I don't think Miami's really a team to watch out for here. And I do think that Texas is going to be willing to throw Samari Matthews the big bucks. I think every single time we've talked about it, I've said this, he will finish as he's at number 12 per 24/7 Sports right now. I think he finishes top 10 in our rankings, and I think he finishes top 10 quarter in the country in the composite rankings. So, and honestly, 6'1.5", but he plays much taller than that. He's not filled out, but he's someone that I think by the end of his freshman year will be. And again, do think would be the best true corner that Texas could add in this class.
He's kind of got a very similar body type to Kobe Black. I've never seen Samari Matthews in person, but that's what it looks like. He has a similar body type. Kobe was probably a little more filled out, though, at this point. Braden Rouse, really fun linebacker out of the Atlanta metro area. Goes to Kell High School in Marietta, has the top 4 of Tennessee, Michigan, Bama, Texas. Looked at as a Texas versus Tennessee kind of battle. Bama's probably that's third school behind the first two. I'm sorry, I was looking at a text. Bama's probably in third place behind those first two, but man, Texas, they really, really, really need a difference maker at linebacker this cycle. And I struggle to not believe Texas isn't going to get at least one of Braden Rouse and Xavier Griffin, just simply due to the need. When they've had needs at positions like linebacker or other positions in the past, at the end of the day, they will find a way to get that kid, that difference maker. That was Colin Simmons in 2024, Justice Terry this past cycle. They're going to find a way to fill their needs and get it done no matter what. And I do think that happens. I think they get one of Braden Rouse or Xavier Griffin, but I don't know which one yet. And having both of them on the same official visit weekend is pretty interesting. We'll see. Maybe, hey, they try to convince them to both do it, but I don't know. Just wanted to hit on that. And then Rodney Cleveland has been looked at as kind of a Texas-Florida battle. Georgia's in there. I believe Miami's in there. Is a former Bama commit, was committed early to Kalen DeBoer and the rest of his staff, but backed out. Have heard that his family would prefer he gets out of the state of Alabama and kind of leaves. So with Texas, they love this kid, 6'3", 305, immovable and kind of this humongous pit bull in the middle. But we'll see. Originally, they wanted Draylen McCoy and Cleveland on campus the same weekend. They're good friends. They're both looked at as Florida leans. McCoy canceled his visit. He's going to commit to Florida probably any day now or whatever. And then Cleveland, Texas going to put up their best shot. Hezzy Kent, this is a prospect I've loved for a long time. I'm very curious to hear and see how this weekend will go. I was told that he weighed in at 324 pounds on his Miami OV. And the photo of him, it looks like he is 324 pounds as well. He played his junior year at 310 pounds, around there. Had 800 plus receiving yards as a 6'5", 310 pounder. Just it doesn't even sound right coming out of my mouth. And had like 1,100 plus all-purpose yards. But hey, playing small school competition in South Georgia is a lot different than playing in the SEC, especially at tight end. So with him, I mean, even if he's 324 pounds on signing day and I'm Texas, I would still take him. There's something you can do with that body type, with that athleticism. It's a very rare type of athlete. But I don't know what you play him at, because unless he's dedicated to basically playing the Malik Agbo tight end role where he'll never get drafted, like something's got to happen, I think. Something's got to click. You're either going to have to get a lot more discipline and lose a lot of that weight if you're really that bought into being a tight end, or learn to play offensive tackle, or learn to play defensive tackle. Because he's not supposed to move the way he does at 300 plus pounds at 6'5". So with Hezzy Kent, again, very curious to hear and see what happens. Like the fact that he is kind of Texas's most realistic tight end target is not good, because he's 324 pounds. So Keave Brown, like we talked about earlier, struggled to not believe that one won't end up being Texas, but I don't know what they're going to do. I've been banging on the table forever. Offer Javion Martin, please. But moving it on, Damari Simeon is the top 4 at Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, and Texas, out of New Jersey. Kind of on the smaller side, 6'3", 275, but a weight room warrior, workout warrior, and would play further away from the center than obviously a Dylan Behrman would. But curious to hear what Texas does. The taking 2 defensive linemen this past OV weekend kind of changed some things with the D-line board and the rest of the visitors. I mean, they only have so many spots. They can only tell so many guys yes, and you also have to remember everything has to fit into the budget. So kind of all I have to say on Simeon. Dre Quinn, that's an interesting one. Clemson, Georgia, and I think like Florida State, Miami are the ones there. But Clemson, they've had a lot of buzz. Georgia's had a lot of buzz. Texas, they had him in April. Sounded like it went well. I remember after the visit, he told the media, Texas is in my top 3 just after this visit. So they're going to be pushing there. With him, they're at edge. They're looking to take 2 or 3 bodies. We think Jamarian Carlton will be one of them, but we're not really sure on the others. And, I mean, when you look at a Dre Quinn compared to a Richard Wesley, that price tag is a big difference. And, you got to weigh what's the level of difference in player, And then Zayden Krempin out of Prosper, a source I spoke with said it was pretty much Texas versus LSU heading into OVs. Yes, Michigan and Texas A&M, they were in there, but they were significantly behind LSU and Texas. Takes the LSU OV. They are the leader coming out of that, as you can guess. And then I'll see Texas this weekend. They'll have the chance to balance that out. And I believe Michigan is his last OV, but it would be pretty surprising if he goes there. Krempin will be interesting. I heard something very interesting yesterday, but I don't really I don't know. I shouldn't have said that because I'm not going to share it.
Right.
But for him, I think it can be Texas. But if what I heard yesterday is true, it probably lower chances than I expected originally. So they're going to have to crush it on his official visit because that's what LSU did. Brad Davis at LSU pretty much took over this thing this spring, crushed it in May or in January when he did a home visit, came back in May twice. And they've really loved that. And, Kyle Flood, for a long time, he wasn't communicating that much. It was kind of Jake Majors. That's always been Kyle Flood's style, and they get closer to OVs. He ramps up the contact. That's what's happened. But they're going to need a really, really, really good visit to overtake LSU. And also, the path to the playing field is faster at LSU. I went and looked at their offensive line kind of depth chart and what they have coming in 2026. He would play earlier at LSU than he would at Texas. Not that he can't play at Texas. I think he can be an NFL player one day, but it'll be faster at LSU. And then last but not least, Miami Riley, the lone Texas commit on campus this weekend. Don't really have much to say. He's locked in, canceled his other visits, is excited to play with Hayward Howard, Jermaine Bishop, and is working on recruiting a few other DBs. And then haven't checked with him on this yet, but with him being a kid who lives in Austin, not too far from campus, would be kind of surprised if he doesn't make it in the following weekend, just because he can drive to campus for the 20th through 22nd OV weekend, hang around the coaches a bit more and the players. So it'll be his second time on campus this June. He was there at the June 1st Elite Camp, didn't camp, but just hanging out, sporting his friends, and then went to the pool party. So, yeah, that's kind of it for the OV preview. Anything you want to hit on before we get out of here?
I don't think so. I think we had a great little breakdown of who we've got coming. We've got a great breakdown of some of the changes, and I will have a preview on Horns 24/7 later today of the weekend. So looking forward to that being out, and looking forward to being back on here tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, Will, real quick, this is how I want to close it out. Does this name ring a bell at all?
Not at all. Not at all.
This is who everyone thinks Michael Taffy is, or I should say used to think Michael Taff is. So Dylan Haynes was a white safety at Lago Vista who walked on at Texas under Charlie Strong, ended up starting. I'm pretty sure he started for 2 years. And for what Texas was at the time, like compared to the rest of the roster, the rest of that defense, I would say he was an slightly above average Texas player. But like in relevance to the rest of college football, definitely below. So with him, he's a guy fans are rooting for. He's a walk-on safety getting it out the mud. But at the same time, Texas is winning like 6 games. So they're like, man, fuck this dude, But once Michael Taff first started playing and all the haters were out, who's this white kid from West? Like, why is he playing? Why is he playing or whatever? They looked at Michael Taff like he was Dylan Haynes. Michael Taff is like the LeBron James of Dylan Haynes. I mean, Michael Taff was an All-American last year. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Just thought that was funny. And is now back in Lago Vista. I'm told he is a realtor, or was. Not sure if he still is. I don't know. Brecken Hager. Please don't bring that up, Nathan. We don't. It's a Westlake guy, too. But anyways, we are going to get out of here. Up next, Third and Longhorn chops it up with Drew Martin, Texas's Director of External Affairs, about the big changes that Texas has made to its game day atmosphere in recent years. Pretty interesting. I might actually check that out myself.
I think I will too.
And then, hey, back at 2 o'clock, our friends Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Patrick, CB, Nathan, Jake Bayless, everyone who tuned in today, Longhorn Bear, Antoine. Appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have a great hump day, rest of your hump day, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Lone Star Playbook signing out. Thanks.